ever been in a situation where a single data mistake led to confusion, impacting your business's bottom line? Well, you're not alone. Today we are diving into the world of SAP Master Data Governance, where we address these challenges heads on. Let's explore our agenda to streamline your data journey. Picture this: your organization struggling with scattered and inconsistent data. SAP MDG steps in as the solution and ensuring your data is not just managed but mastered. But before we begin, please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. Now let us make a look at the agenda. Number 1, what is SAP MDG? Number 2, MDG architecture. Number 3, introduction to master data governance. Number 4, deployment option. Number 5, SAP MDG integrated object model. Number 6, MDG central governance. Number 7, process flow. Number 8, central management of material master data. Number 9, integration SAP Cloud for customer with MDGC. Number 10, data modeling. Number 11, SAP MDG for material data. Number 12, MDG capabilities. Number 13, SAP MDG principles. Number 14, functions in detailed process flow. Number 15, MDG framework capabilities. Number 16, process modeling. Number 17, step types.
Okay, my name is Srikanth and I have 10 plus years of experience in SAP, and I worked on ABAP, Web Pro, and MDG workflows on the technical side and functional side as well. I'm currently working for one of the global MDG project and also tied with the ZaranTech. I'm LLB or trainer for this course. Okay, and I'll be handling MDG functional here. So we will be covering all the MDG, SAP MDG related functional, as well as if anything is required, we will go in technical side as well. We will cover everything part of this SAP MDG kind of a techno-functional and other areas also. Okay, the lab practice, everything will be there. Yeah, that's my introduction. Here in SAP MDG, so before going to SAP MDG, the introduction details, before that, I would like to tell you that what we are going to cover in this training. Okay, so mostly we will be having a presentation, okay, with slide presentations. You will be getting the knowledge what is MDs and another areas, and each and every topic we will be discussing in detail. Okay, so if you have any doubts, you can ask me later. So we will have a question and answer sessions also. We will conduct that. Okay, so we will have some images and presentations. Everything will be available. We will be also having a lab. We will go to SAP and we will do MDG step-by-step implementation. We will be discussing on this MDG, okay? SAP MDG, Master Data Governance, and MDG architecture, introduction to the Master Data Governance and deployment options. So what is SAP MDG? It's a master data governance where we will be distributing the data from one system to another system. Generally, it will be a centralized system, and master data will be distributed across the landscape. Like we will be having SAP to SAP systems. We will be having SAP to non-SAP system. Okay. So it will be dealing with the master data. So master data comes in a SAP standard format. We will be having a materials, finance objects. We will be having a customer, supplier. Okay. So these are all master data related objects. Okay. SAP has given few master data framework. So we will be dealing with that along with the standard solutions. We will be also having a custom applications wherever SAP did not deliver, a custom applications will be implemented. Okay. Now I'm just moving ahead to another slide. Yeah. So here you can see SAP MDG is a state-of-the-art master data management solution, provide the out-of-the-box domain-specific master data governance. See, here we will be dealing with the master data, only master data. So what is the master data? As I said in SAP, material master, material creation, material updation, deletion, the process are related to the material comes under a master data. It's called a master data material management. It's one of the module. And also we will have SAP MDG finance. So finance is also treated as a master data. So there we will be creating a profit center, cost element. Okay, internal orders, ZL accounts. So all these are available in finance MDG finance subjects. And similarly, we will have a customer, supplier. Okay, so that comes under BP, business partner. And again, we will be having retail master also. Okay, so you will get in detail more. So as of now, let me move ahead. Okay, so then here you can see how master data governance will be integrated. It is like, I would say, it is like a setup packaging tool. We will have a packaging tools. It means like we will be dealing with other modules as well. Here we will be having, if you see the first slide here, so here we will see some role-based via NWBC workflows. Okay, we'll be dealing with the validation and derivations. Okay, data replications. So everything is a setup package. It will be consolidated in master data governance. It's a one solution. So we will be giving the solution for master data governance, right? So what we will do in master data governance, let's see one by one. So here, the single point of access role-based via portal or NWBC. Okay, so to access a master data governance creation, so you need to go with this NWBC, Native Weaver Business Portal, where we will have a role-based. So security team will provide you the role to NWBC. There you can see the tabs related to NWBC, and then you can create, update, modify whatever the changes you required for your master data. That can be done through NWBC. Okay, and the workflow. So here from NWBC, once you create a change request, so in MDG, we will call the master data creation is it through change request. Without change request, you cannot do anything. You cannot perform any action in the master data governance. Okay, so that will be linked with the workflow. Whatever the change request you have created, it should get the approval process. It should go and get the approval. So the workflow will be triggered as soon as you submit the change request, and then it will be replicated. So here we will have a replication scenario. And before that, all the validations, data quality checks, validations, everything will be performed. and then submitted. Once approver approves the change request, data will be replicated to ECC or S4 system. Okay. So now you can see, I will go to this slide maybe. Yeah. So this is MDG system, and this is, I will say, ECC or S4 system. So first we will be having a S4 or ECC system. On top of this, MDG system will be installed. So it means this is separate, the system, and this one is separate. These two will be installed in the same system generally. Okay. Let's say if I want to create a material, what I will do in ECC, generally in SAP GUI, I will go to MM01 and create the material. But since you have installed MDG, we will need to use this Master Data Governance tool to create a material. So in this case, we will not be using the classical format of creating a material. So we will be using a Master Data Governance. Using the change request process, we will create a material, and that material will be replicated to ECC or S4 tables after approval. Got it? So after approval or after completing the change request process, it will be replicated to ECC or S4 table. This is one process in MDG. I would say we will be creating a change request, and that will be replicated to ECC. This is one process. And if we have any other systems, any other SAP systems or non-SAP systems is required to replicate or deploy the master data which we have created in MDG. How we can do that? So here we will be having, let's say, SAP or ECC system, ECC1. I will say this is ECC2 system, and here we will have non-SAP system, and here we will have some PIM system. This is also non-SAP, and PLM system we will have. Okay. And some other system maybe we will have here like a Coupa system. So all these are a combination of SAP and non-SAP systems. So these systems also require the master data which you have created in MDG. So in this scenario, we will need to have a interface between this MDG system and other systems. Okay. To do the interface between MDG and other systems, we will be having here what we will be having. We will be having so here let me add arrow mark here. Okay, so we will be having IDOC. Let's say we will be having IDOC. What IDOC will do? IDOC will take the master data governance object which you have created in MDG, and it will be sent from MDG system to all other systems. But if you generate IDOC, it will be triggered to SAP systems only. Wherever you have ECC or SAP, that will be received. And what about the other non-SAP systems? Non-SAP systems will not accept the IDOC format. IDOC format is only for SAP. So in this case, we will have another option, the web services. Okay. And also we will be having a cloud replication. Cloud is new, still it is implementing stage. So as of now, we will be having IDOC and web services. Okay, using this replication methods, we can send the data from MDG system to another system. So this, I would say, it's an outbound. Okay, we will be sending data from MDG system to other systems. And also we will be having inbound scenarios also. Sometimes we will be having inbound. It will be like there is a system. It is SAP success factor system, let's say. So we will receive inbound data. We will receive inbound data from SAP or non-SAP system to MDG system. Through again, it will be like through IDOC or some other interface. Maybe here we will use a PIPO. Okay. Or here we will use a CPI tool to convert the data to MDG or ACC format. Okay. We will get the data, master data from other system, and we will create a change request, and that change request will be replicated to ACC as well as other connected system. So this is a centralized process, I would say. Okay. This is one centralized process. And in between, we will be using a master data governance system. So this system is a central or global master data governance system. Okay. Now, what is the use of this master data governance? So you may have a question, what is the use? So the use, I would say, we will be dealing with non-SAP. We will be dealing with SAP. All the master data records will be centralized in one system. Okay. And also we will be validating the data. We are not directly giving access, right? We are not directly giving access to go and create the master data, right? It will be properly validated and approved. So once the master data is approved, then only we will do the replication. Okay. So APIs, application program interfaces, will be used in MDG to receive the data, okay, and also to send the data. So when I'm receiving the data from other system, let's say here we will have one more PLM system. We will have one more PLM system from sender side. So I have received the PLM data to MDG, but the structures are different. In MDG, I have different structure, different field name. In PLM, I have a different field name. So to match this or to sync the data between PLM and MDG systems, we will use a CPI or PIPO, some interface. Then that will be convert PLM data into IDOC, and IDOC will be pushed to MDG. That is one part. Okay. We will receive IDOC in MDG system. And then how we will convert that IDOC data into the change request. So that part comes under API. In MDG, we will have APIs. So using that APIs, we will read the IDOC data. Okay. We can read the IDOC data, or if there are any tables, if there is any SAP table, or if there is any XML format, we can read that information and triggers the change request. Okay. Once the change request is triggered, again, it will be treated as a master data governance change request. It will generate automatically without manual intervention. The APIs will take care of the change request creation, and then that will be approved and replicated to all other systems. Okay. So definitely APIs will be there in inbound and outbound also, right? So here web services, what I said, like IDOC is for SAP format. So web services, it will be generated XML format. There, the other non-SAP systems easily they can get the data what we are sending through web services in a XML format. There is no conversion or something is required whenever we are sending data from MDG to non-SAP system. Good question. Like here we will interface between MDG system. This is MDG system, and these systems are a combination of SAP and non-SAP system. Okay.
Okay.
Whenever you send the data from SAP to SAP, you can use IDOC. IDOC will if you have IDOC, IDOC is enough to send the data between SAP to SAP system. You no need other connection, interface, something, right? So if you have SAP to SAP connection, you can use IDOC. But if you have SAP to non-SAP systems, like PIM, PLM, and Coupa, some systems are non-SAP system. So you cannot send the data directly from SAP to non-SAP systems. You need to convert the data, master data. You need to convert and send the data to other systems, non-SAP systems. For that purpose, we will be having a web services.
Okay.
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 These web services is in the form of XML or HTML format, whatever the format is feasible, it will be converted to XML and that data will be sent. We will be sending that XML data to all other non-SAP systems so that they can easily get it. Again, there is a conversion. Maybe if they required the data to be transferred from, the field and attributes will be transferred from their format. Again, they will be having some conversion again. Okay. In MDG, yeah. So you are talking about the inbound process, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So whenever we expect some data into MDG, it will be through IDOC or some other format that should be converted into SAP format only. ECC tables should be updated, right? So whether it will be IDOC or if we are updating any custom tables, so somewhere we need to store that data using a baddies or some enhancements. We should be store the data in MDG. So then the APIs will take care of creation of change request process. So APIs will act as a it will get the data from sender side and triggers the change request. We can we can assume like it will be like a push approach or pull approach. If we implement a push approach, okay, so it means like we will receive the data through IDOC format here. Once the IDOC is received, the data push happen from here through IDOC. Then in MDG, as soon as the IDOC received from PLM system, it will be converted into the master data governance change request automatically through APIs. And there is another approach, pull approach. So we will need to write some logic. We have to implement API logic to pull the data in a scheduled manner or in a particular time zone. Okay, so we have to schedule those APIs to go and check the data on PLM side. If the data is identified, then through API data will be called and change request will be triggered. There are two approaches, as I said, push and pull. So mainly APIs will be used as the interface internal to MDG or S4 system to trigger the change request. PIPO, it's a field-to-field mapping tool in SAP. PIPO, it's a module. So where we will do the conversion, the field mappings when there is data from other systems to SAP system. We will use this PIPO to convert the data, to map field by field, and if there are any conditions, if there are anything is required, we can put some certain conditions, and we will allow data to send from non-SAP or SAP systems to SAP systems. It is not only about MDG. PIPO will be used generally in SAP to convert the data. And in latest module, PIPO is also called as the CPI. So it's an advanced version of a PIPO where CPI will deal with some other upgrade versions. So again, it will be the process integration. Okay, so we will do the integration. See here, inbound, I have written IDOC, right? So let me remove this PIPO and also, okay. So this will be good. PIPO is a module where we will do the integration between SAP and non-SAP systems. So here, this is inbound, this is outbound, right? So in outbound, we will have only IDOC or web services options as of now. We will have cloud also, but cloud is still it is not in the market that much, but still, okay. So we will have a sender techniques, sending data from MDG to other systems. We must use IDOC or web services, SOA services, SOA manager services, or cloud. These are fixed. These are three techniques we will have. Okay. But a receiver side, it may be IDOC or it may be a web services. Okay. So it may be some other technology we can get it. Okay. So it's not a fixed thing. Whatever the data we will get from non-SAP system, that should be converted. So to convert the data, we will use the process integration. Okay. PIPO will take care of process integration. It converts into SAP format. Okay. Understood? PLM is the tool in SAP. We will be having it in
Product
SAP.
life cycle management.
Yeah. So we will have SAP as well as non-SAP. So some systems we will deal with SAP. In some systems we will deal with a non-SAP. Let me give an example. It's a product, right? So in material also we will call it as a product, material.
Right.
PLM. So here we will have a PLM. Here we will have a MDG material. Okay. In PLM, we will be, let's say we will be creating substance. Okay. So this will be treated as a material in MDG. In MDG, we will call material, and PLM, they will call it as a substance ID. And this substance ID is different. And this material ID, material number will be different in MDG. But we will need a business between these systems, MDG and PLM. So in between this PLM substance ID and material, we will require an IDOC with integration of CPI or PIPO. Then the substance ID will be converted into a material. So yeah, maybe here we will store it in some other document, some other field like a document number. And this material number again, we will store at PLM side as a MDG doc. Then we will have a interface. We will have a link between these two systems, PLM and MDG. So substance will be stored in doc number in MDG side, and this material number will be stored as a MDG doc at PLM side. Okay. Similarly, other systems also we will have PIM, Coupa, and other systems that will be like based on the requirement, we will need to send the data. So PIPO integration to MDG is required whenever we need a conversion. If we are getting the data in SAP, let's say in PLM, whatever they send, the data, it will be submass. The IDOC type will be submass, even though this is a SAP PLM. It will be comes as a submass. But we don't have a submass in MDG. So in MDG, we will have a mat mass. Okay. To deal with this, even though it is a SAP, to convert a submass to mat mass, we will need a PIPO. Okay. Here we will need a PIPO. Okay. PIPO will take care of integration from submass to mat mass. Then this mat mass will be available in MDG. Like it's a classic the document or IDOC type. So SAP will be easily accepted this. So these submass fields and attributes will be different. Okay. So if we receive web service, we can convert easily. There are different techniques. So if really required the interface, we will go with the CPI or PIPO. If a web service received, then it is not recommended. I mean, it's not necessary to go with the PIPO. The alternatives, we can directly read the data. The XML or HTML can be visible, or you can display that in SAP MDG. Equipment data, it's also there in MDG. Few customers are using that. Like if you know the German clients Roche, they are using equipment master data. So they will be, I think they are working with Utopia. I'm not very much sure, but it is there in the master data. Most of the customers are depending on Utopia, I think. So in future, we will have a separate approach for that. I think as of now, only Utopia is dealing with that. Here, SAP has delivered a material, a finance, and a business partner. Generally, okay, most of the clients will go with a material, a finance, and a business partner, customer suppliers, and all. If anything else apart from this, SAP is not fully given the standard framework, so it will be deal with separately. So maybe we will go with some custom applications, custom approaches. In some customers, even they are not purchasing MDG, they are directly implementing the total solution as a customized solution using a WebDyn Pro and FPM. So they are implementing their own format. Good. I think going forward, I think your questions will be answered once you get a clarity and what we are
Right.
working, okay. It has a package, the tool, MDG. MDG will be dealing with ABAP, WebDyn Pro, FPM, Fury, and BRF. So technically, we will have so many modules will be involved. And the change request process is a front end, I would say, and the remaining are a back end. So it means like if we consider like I'm ordering something in Amazon, so that will be my change request. The backend process, the approval process, a shipping from store to the home. So that is called as the process, how we are delivering that. So that comes in a background. Okay. So in background, it will be deal with a workflow, a BAP logic, BADIs, BAPI implementation. So many modules will be involved. Okay. Let's go ahead and then see a few more slides are there. So what we can do in MDG. So we will governance the master data and consistency. Okay. So we will have a consistency in data creation. It has a process, certain process, standard process will be given to the change request, and each and every a change request will follow certain rules with the change request type. Okay. And we will be having a consolidation. So we will have a consolidation also in master data. We can consolidate all the master data and we can create a best record without any duplicates. And we will be having a duplicate check also. And we will be having a mapping between one system to another system whenever you are sending the master data from global MDG system to other regional or local systems. So data will be connected through key mapping. And the integration, it provides the integration between SAP to SAP system and SAP to non-SAP system, or I would say integrate to third-party services. We will be having a third-party connection also. So it means it is more flexible. We can send the data to any system, not only to SAP. Master data can be deal with SAP and non-SAP and whatever the system. We just simply convert and send it. That's all. Okay. And the flexibility. So it is open to extend the standard modules and create a governance. So even though SAP has given a standard modules, we can have a custom applications also. Okay, so that is that flexibility as SAP given. And data quality. And data quality, it's like whenever you are creating a master data, it will be properly validated. During the change request creation itself, you will be able to identify whether the data you are entering is a faulty data or right data. System will give you the error messages or warning messages, and system will give you a duplicate check also. So it will be good when you are entering the data. If you get all the error messages, then you can correct all the data, the starting point itself during the change request creation itself, and then you can create a master data. So the quality wise data will be in good quality at the starting stage itself. Okay. Measure process quality using SAP smart business and integration. It's a part of MDG. The term called smart business means like a user no need to spend time in SAP screen. So he will be Even the Fury screens, it's very smart for them. They will easily get it what they are doing. So user centric. So it means, as I said, we will have a central deployment. We will have one central system, a global system, or hub system. We will have one system, MDG systems, and it will connect with all other systems. Okay, so that is called a centric deployment. You can deploy the data to all other downstream systems from master data governance, a global system. And the governance change request will be built-in approval process. As I was saying, a change request. A change request is nothing but a master data, a number, one number will be given. It's a process. Without the change request, you cannot create, you cannot modify, you can't do anything with a master data. So whatever you are doing, so it should be recorded. If you are trying to create anything, it should be recorded. If you are updating something, it should be recorded, right? So to record that, we need a change request. We will have that process, we will call it as a change request. That we will discuss going further, we will discuss more, okay? If you followed my main words earlier, I was saying, here we will have ECC, on top of that we will have MDG. So this ECC or S4 will be treated as a dummy. You will have access, but you don't create anything directly here. So you will need to deal with MDG. For creating a material, if I have, so let's say if I go to system, so here, this is a S4 system, okay? I'm in S4, I'm in GUI, SAP GUI, okay? Now, I'm going to the transaction NWBC. I'm going to NWBC. Here I have to give again. This is one, and yeah, so let me log in. So here you can see NWBC. So it is a NetWeaver, a business portal. Okay. So it's
Okay,
a
okay.
transaction code. We will use a NetWeaver portal. Okay. So this NetWeaver page, based on your role, okay, based on your role, you will be having a governance for business partner. You will be having a material master. You will be having a customer governance. You will be having a finance. Okay. If I go a little bit more, here you will have a finance related, right? So now I'm coming back to the material. So what I was saying, generally to create a material, what I need to do? I need to go to MM01 and I can create a material here, right? I can simply take a material type, industry, sector, and if I provide some data, I can directly create a material. Right? Here I will take some time. Otherwise, let me take only the basic data. Yeah, now see, 2341 material I have created.
Right.
So I did not have any approval. I can directly create, right? But in real time, you don't have option. Even though you can create, this system will be treated as a dummy system. You can't directly create a material like this. You need to go to NWBC, and from here you need to create a material. Create material. So to create a material, I need a change request. So what I was saying, everything should be recorded, right? Through change request. So I will require a change request process. So here I do a change request type. I'll select here. Maybe I can take the standard change request type or custom one. Anything is fine. And let's go. Will take some time and then come up. Yeah, here you can see. So this is a process. Here I need to enter the information or input what I am going to create. A material type, industry sector, material group. Everything I need to provide the data and submit my change request. This is my change request number. So through change request only you can create a material in MDG. You cannot directly create. So that is the reason I was saying this ECC will be treated as a dummy and MDG will be an actual system, real-time system. Here you need to do all the operations, all the activities. Then it will be replicated to ECC once it is approved, and it will be updated or deployed to all other systems, a downstream systems, a connected systems. Fury comes in MDG, not in ECC. If I am creating a GUI, Fury won't come, right? So Fury here in MDG, this is the standard SAP screen, the change request process. For Fury, we will have a Fury tiles, right? So now a transaction code. So this is the transaction code where we can access a Fury and Fury application, right? So this NWBC, whatever we have, whatever we are creating in NWBC, yeah, this one, these all the roles related to NWBC, we can split or we can add them as a Fury tiles. We can add them as a Fury tiles. Then you can access NWBC from Fury. Fury tiles will be created for MDG and that will be added in a page. Okay. And from there you can access all these material, BP, finance, whatever you do through NWBC, you no need to come to NWBC. You can activate or you can go to Fury and from there you can access. Like to access a Google, every time I no need to go and uncheck my desktop laptop, right? So I can access from my mobile also. So the Fury is also kind of a mobile page where you can add applications as a pages, Fury tiles. All these roles will be added into the Fury. From there also you can access. Some customers will still prefer a classical format NWBC only. Some customers will go with Fury. So that is based on their convenience. In Fury, you will have a different navigation. Here, say this is a classical format, a old format, right? I need to navigate like this. But in Fury, you will have a different options. You will have this drop down like this. You can easily move pages from one place to another place. You can easily you can easily access all the transactions in one page. It is very useful. a Fury, Access, and NWBC. So NWBC will be added to Fury. So again, NWBC will be called in backend. Fury, just like a mobile. From there, Google, again, it will come to NWBC only. NWBC backend will be there. It will be called from Fury. MDG, it's a tool. I'm not saying like you no need to you don't create anything in SAP MM. So what I'm saying, if you are dealing with, if you are installed MDG, then you have to follow MDG rules, right? In that case, the GUI will be treated as a dummy. Even though you have access, you cannot create any material. If you create a material also, it will not treated properly. Like most of the customers will be blocked. You cannot create it. But you can access that in GUI, like whatever you create. Let me clarify. So this ECC or S4, I'm saying it is a dummy. But if you create a material in MDG, it will be replicated to ECC only.
In ACC, okay.
Yeah. So you are just using MDG as a tool to create a best record, to validate the record, to review the record, to get the approval, the record which you are creating. Okay. So it will be using on top of ECC, but the tables, actual tables, active data updates in ECC only. Yeah, there are few slides also there. So if you spend time on this, it will take a lot of time. So yeah, you can see this architecture, how MDG architecture would be there. So what I have shown you in the Excel, now you can see that in the presentation slide. In left hand side, you can see some systems, and in between we will have a central system master data process, and in right hand side I will have the other systems, ERP, CRM, SRM, and cloud system, third party system, and middle we will have one master data system, centralized system. It will be a user interface, roles, a workflow, staging. This we will discuss, the change request process, and a BAP ERP system on top of it, MDG system, and it will be deal with SAP Fury. It's an optional part. It's not a mandatory Fury. Using we can create a change request to WBC. Now the Fury is not a mandatory thing, but yeah, and we will be also having a search options, a data services, data steward, means like we will have a approval process for the master data. Okay, so this is just like a high level diagram, how we will be creating a master data, and what a master data, what is master data? It's a material, it's a business partner, it's a finance, a master data, it's a custom object, right? Yeah, so this is one of the important slide here. You see what we are dealing with: a finance, a material, supplier, asset management, and retail and fashion. So, and again, if you split them and try to understand what is available in each and every module, if you focus on this material, so what we will be creating in material? So we will be having a general data, descriptions, unit of measure, data quality, EAN, UPC classification. So all these EAN, EAN, it's used In other format, it's a kind of a number, international number or something,
Oh, okay.
a classification and sales area. So everything, whatever you create through MM01, it will be available. Now, let me go to the material page. Okay, here you can see if I collapse the pages, right? The basic data you will have general data, right? General data and descriptions, dimensions, and sales, storage, right? So here we will have a sales data, a planned data. So whatever you deals with material, few are added here. Okay, and then few are added in finance. You will, if you your business is into MDG finance, then you will be creating a GL account. Okay, you will be creating a chart of accounts. You will be creating a cost centers. You will be creating a cost elements, profit centers, and profit center hierarchies, and you will be creating a financial reporting structures, right? With hierarchies, internal order, and a company. So everything you can see in this slide, not in detail. The headings, the main information, what we are creating is available in this slide. You can check it. And for supplier, see, if you are into MDG BP, then you will be creating a supplier or customer or vendor. So the business scenario or the change request will look like this. It will be having a central data and roles, tax number, industry sector, right? The change request will look like this: a general data, company data, purchasing data, and accounting data, right? This is a master data or master data for BP. Got it? So now we have opened a material. All the material view you can see now here. Similarly, if you go and create a BP, let's say supplier, if you create a supplier, you could see instead of this plant and all this, these views are different for BP. So the views you will look into different roles, tax numbers, right? A general data, company code data, purchasing data. Okay, and enterprise asset management. So if you're into asset management, you will be having a equipment master, a functional location, and again it will be segregated asset structures. Okay, work management. Okay, and if you are into retail fashion, so again it will be segregated into different parts. This is a basic data, basic and classification data. It will be treated a generic data, and again purchasing related data, and again we will have logistics and sales data, right? It is nothing but a change request. You will be entering all this data and submit the change request. Then it will go for approval. Once the approval is happened, once the approval happens, then the change request will be replicated to SAP as well as downstream systems, the non-SAP systems, or connected systems. Okay. I think this is understandable. If you have any question, you can ask. We are running out of the time. Out of time, we can go ahead quickly. Now, I would say this slide is important. You need to understand this. Okay. Change request process. What we are creating The change request. This is the change request. This is my change request, right? How it flows. So this change request is to create a material. If I want to create a material, I have to follow this flow. Maintain. The first step is maintain. Maintain means I need to maintain all the data. I need to enter like this test material. And here I have to enter some data like base unit of measure, kg, a material type, an industry sector, right? A material group. So I have to enter everything. It means I have to maintain everything. And then from this step, it will go and check validate. It will validate the data. So validation, maintain, validate, and approve. Once I submit this change request, once I maintain and submit the change request, it will go for approval. Once approval happen, then my data, what I am maintaining here, what I am creating, what I am inputting here, the data, it will be approved and then replicated. It means as soon as the approval happened to my master data, then it is a go ahead. It is a signal that you are right. The master data you have created through change request is right. Then go ahead and update the tables. So this is called the replication. So this will be replicated to other connected systems or business systems. Here you can see the all SAP and non-SAP systems. Okay. Good. I'm going ahead, right? This data quality management and flows and all we will discuss later. Not now. This is a bit advanced. Okay.
What is the primary purpose of SAP MDG? Option A, managing chaos. Option B, mastering data. Option C, minimizing errors. Option D, maximizing expenses. And follow for more in ZaranTech.com, and please write your answers in the comments below. Just a quick info, guys. ZaranTech provides SAP Master Data Governance program. Through this program, you will learn complete SAP Master Data Governance, and this course we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials in your YouTube channel. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link below in the description and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of SAP.
What SAP MDG consultant will do generally? So there are two: SAP technical. Generally, we will consider SAP technical and SAP MDG functional. Right? What are the roles for technical? So technical roles are more into ABAP or object-oriented ABAP part, where a technical consultant will write the logic, ABAP logic, like implementing baddies, ABAP, some enhancements, APIs. So wherever the ABAP code is required, SAP MDG technical consultant will do that part. Like I'll say here, implementing baddies. There are so many ways we will use baddies because SAP has given us the standard framework, right? Where we will need to add our own functionality. So to do that, we will need to extend the existing functionality. There we will be using business add-ins by using baddie implementations. Okay. Understanding in SAP. This is a business addition. It's a baddies, right? We will be adding some extra business to the existing functionality. Okay. So everywhere, yeah, we will be having a baddies. and we will be having APIs, application programming interfaces. So it requires the implementation, API implementation. And also we will require ABAP expertise like a data dictionary, table creation. Data dictionary is like a table, custom tables, and a custom reports, custom ABAP reports, and the WebDyn Pro sometimes, like if SAP MDG is not delivered the standard solution, we will need to depend on WebDyn Pro. So we will need to build WebDyn Pro solution. WebDyn Pro application, right? And also we will have a business workflows. We will have a BRF plus. And also we will have FPM. Also we will have Fiori. So all this comes into SAP MDG. The implementation part comes to technical, and all this, the requirement gathering, how we are going to implement, the core knowledge is required for SAP MDG functional consultant. So what functional consultant will do? MDG config part. So wherever in SAP configuration is required, like how we do in SAP or FICO, they will go to SPR1, do some configurations, right? So similarly, in SAP MDG, we will have some kind of configuration stuff, like a creation of a change request types, BRF table configurations, and some other change request related to properties. All this comes into configurations. MDG configuration and the business requirement and design, how we will be implementing that. Okay. And a change request configurations and basic knowledge, how we will be using a WebDyn Pro application, how we need to test the WebDyn Pro application, how you need to test the Fiori application, how we will be using a BRF application, right? BRF plus decision tables configuration. So all this you will be delivering as a SAP MDG, a functional consultant. I would say, like, without SAP MDG technical consultant, MDG project can be delivered, but we will not be delivering out of the box solution. Somewhere we need some additions, some business extensions as per our requirement. We will be modifying the existing functionality, right? So for that reason, definitely we will need SAP technical consultant. Okay. And also we will require in SAP project a SAP security consultant is also required. And SAP basis support is also required. SAP, yeah. So these are main areas where MDG project requirement, MDG technical, functional, and security and basis. So basis will give you the access, and security will provide you the roles where you need to go and create a master data where you can alter the master data. So all comes into the security part based on the role access. You can access NWBC, you can access a Fiori, You can access the change request creations. Different change request types are there. So you can access few and you cannot access. Right. So you can extend a plant. Now we will discuss what is the SAP MDG standard frameworks given by SAP. Let's see SAP MDG It's a material master. It's only dedicated for a material master. Material, or I would say a product. And SAP MDG BP. It's a business partner. So where we will be creating or dealing with customer, supplier, or vendor. And also we will have SAP MDG Finance. Finance, what we will be doing in finance? It's a GL account creation. And we will have a cost center. We will have profit center. We will have internal order. We will have FSV. It's a financial reporting versions we will have. So a lot of objects are there. Right? So these are the main areas where most of the customers will be focused. And apart from this, we will have article manager and some other master data governance tools also there. But these are given by SAP, material, BP, and finance. Okay. So what we will do in material, and we will discuss in more. A material, we will create a material, we will update a material, we will extend the material, plant extension, sales and distribution. So all extended part also comes into the material related. Okay. And what we'll do with this BP? So where we will do with the supplier creation, update, modification, similar functionality as yesterday's I shown you in the slides. Let me go to the slide again. This one here you can see a material, what we will be dealing with, a material. We will be creating a material, and if you extend a material, so we will maintain a plant data and we can extend the material. And if you are dealing with a finance object, you will be creating a GL account, cost center, profit center, cost center hierarchies, internal order, and all this comes into finance. And BP, again BP, we will have a BP general data and the role, BP role to maintain a customer, a vendor, and bank details, tax number, industry sectors, identifier. So all these views will be available in a business partner. Okay. And again, we will have asset management and real. This is different, retail and asset management, but these three are comes from SAP. So most of the clients will use this trend. Okay. Now I'm going back to Excel. Now let's see what is this material in SAP MDG. So material, we will call this as a reuse data model. What is it? Reuse data model. And this one, a BP also, a reuse. and finance. Finance is flex. We will have two models, two types of models, MDG models. Either it will be a flex model or reuse model. Anybody know what is flex and reuse? Okay. So I'll tell you what is reuse and what is flex and why we go with flex, why we go with reuse. So I'm saying a material is a reuse and finance is flex. So you will have a difference between material and finance, material and BP, material and BP, and then material and finance. So all three are different, but only these two are comes under reuse. Only finance is flex. Is there any difference generally between finance and other modules? So finance, we will deal with a sensitive data. It is all related to finance, right? So financial operations will be done with this a finance data model. So it is very sensitive data. So that is the reason we will be using a flex module here. Going forward, you will get to know what is flex and what is reuse. Here we will be using a reuse. A reuse means we will be using the existing data structures, existing attributes. It means reusing. We will be reusing the existing attributes, existing structures from the ECC or S4. So this is MDG, this is ECC. So we will be reusing some part of a technical attributes, some structures from ECC. So in MDG and ECC, both will be same. So that is the reason we will call this model as a reuse mode. Okay. Material is a reuse model. And BP also same. It's a reuse model. We will be using ECC related or tables and the structures. Almost same we will use in MDG data model. Right? And in finance, it is totally different. We will not use the existing structures or attributes. If you check the data model, finance data model, and finance ECC tables, both attributes will be different. You don't see the same attribute in data model, in MDG and ECC. That is the reason it is flex, it is different. And then we will have a custom application also. If we are implementing custom MDG application, custom MDG data model. So what is that? That is our choice. Either we will be going into flex or reuse. Right? If it is a sensitive data, like finance is using a flex model, we will use as a flex model, or otherwise we can go with a reuse. Okay. It's our choice. Either it's a flex or reuse. Got it? So this is also important concept. What is flex and what is reuse? And then you need to understand this kind of architecture or this kind of a global approach, right? We will have in MDG two types of deployments. We will be deploying data here, right? We will be doing a deployment, a replication, master data replication. So how we are doing the replication? There are two ways. One is a co-deployment. Okay. And another one is hub deployment. So don't get confused or mix this reuse flex and co-deployment and hub deployment. There is a difference between these two. This is only the concern about the replication or a business process, master data process, right? And this is into a data model. This is applicable only for MDG and ECC. This reuse and flex is applicable only for MDG and ECC, not out of this MDG and ECC. Okay. And co-deployment and hub deployment is kind of a replication or a business. What is a co-deployment? We will be deploying the data. Master data, I would say, master data will be deployed within the system, right? It's like a small system within the landscape, same landscape. It won't connect. It will not have a centralized process. It will replicate from MDG to S4 or MDG to ECC. That's all. It doesn't flow from one system to another system. It doesn't have a large landscape or large business systems, connected systems. And hub deployment, where master data will be deployed centrally and distributed to all connected systems. This is called a hub deployment. Let's say we will have a system, let's say Nestle, okay?
Okay.
We will talk about a Nestle. Nestle is implementing MDG. They will have one central MDG system. Okay.
Okay.
This is Nestle's central MDG system. And from here, they will operate and they will have regional systems like NALA system is there. Asia specific systems are there. And America systems are there, right? And they will have EMEA, and they will have some other, I don't remember the regions, and Europe related systems. NALA is America, Asia, EMEA, and some other systems are there. I don't remember. And so here, this is a global system, centralized system. These are the regional systems. Since Nestle is a global food product company, it is centrally implemented the MDG. So they no need to create a master data in each and every system. They will have a connection between centralized system and NALA and all other downstream systems. So they will save a lot of time by implementing the connection between these two. They will implement the key mapping between these systems, centralized system and other regional systems. Let's say I have created a material here. It is material 1, 2, 3. And this material will flow to a NALA system. And here it will create, let's see, I'll change this to central material 1, 2, 3. Here it is N 1, 2, 3. Here it is A 1, 2, 3. Here it is E 1, 2, 3. Okay. So like this, with interface, it will be travel a material and creates the same material with a different number in regional systems, right? The material number is different, but the remaining everything is same. But again, the creation part is fine. I'll be sending data from centralized MDG system, and it creates material in connected systems. It saved a lot of time for me. But when I am updating it, when I update something here in the, I'm updating a plant data. So plant 0, plant 1020. Suppose I'm updating here. So some part of data I have updated, and that is not applicable to EMEA. So how we will have identification between these central system and other systems? So in between, we will have a key mapping. That concept we will discuss later. Key mapping. So based on the key mappings, we will send this data back to centralized system, and all this information, whenever the material is created in regional system, this will flow back to a centralized system, and here it will get updated. So whenever you update a plant at centralized system, that if that is not applicable to NALA and SEA, we will have a filters in MDG, and again these data will be updated. So this is called one centralized process. Here the process is called hub module. So it means like we will not directly dealing with these regional systems. We will be creating a material or updating a material in centralized system, and the regional systems also gets affected, right? So this kind of deployment is called a hub deployment. And where you don't have any other connected systems, only one MDG system is there on top of ECC or S4. You are not connected to any other system. So whenever you do a business changes or material creation something, it will replicate within the system landscape. It will not connect it to other regional system. So that is the difference. If you have different regions, different servers, a global market, so that is we require a hub deployment. We have to distribute the data throughout the country. So that is called a hub. Or if we have more than one connection, if we are creating a material in somewhere Europe, and that will be updating throughout the world. So that kind of approach is called a hub deployment. Whenever you don't have any other connected systems, your business is up to one country, or somewhere it is only limited area, so then that is a co-deployment.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah. Welcome. Then I hope it is understandable what is hub deployment and what is co-deployment, right? And also we will have reuse and flex. Technically, if you go more, you need to understand the difference between these two. I think if your background is from SAP, you will get it easily. Yeah, let's see. We'll go ahead. Right. So a code deployment is done, and flex reuse mode is done, and then we will discuss what is required to implement SAP MDG in a fresh system. Suppose I am installing MDG in my business. So what I am going to do? So that part we will discuss. Okay. So we will require SAP's help to implement MDG. There are a business okay. So we will require a business into a material or finance or BP, whatever it may be. So for that, we will have a BC set configuration and business functions. And we will require a workflow configuration. And we will require a WebDyn Pro. WebDyn Pro services. So for each and every module, SAP will give you the list of BC sets, a list of business functions to activate, a list of WebDyn Pro services to activate, and workflow configuration is also required. Since we are working with an approval process, we will need a workflow, a configuration in the system. And what is BC set? Anybody know? These are all, configuration, that's correct. These configurations generally we will do before implementations, like it's an initial setup. So these tasks will be done in the initial system setup, a BC sets, a business functions, and workflow configuration. Let me check in the system, and we'll see. Okay. So we will have client and yeah. So now this is a transaction code SCPR 2020. SCPR 20. Here we can see a BC sets, business configuration sets related to MDG. Here, if you scroll down, there are many business configurations settings. Let me search if anything into MDG or material customer. Let me scroll down, otherwise, yeah. FI configuration, and you will see mask related and activation remaining taxes. So these are different. Take anything related to finance, right? So there are many, I think, part of finance. You can see here a profit and loss statement, right? This is the BC set, and we will have some other BC set related to account, and we will have tax code LT. There are many BC sets. These are the configuration part. Let me take any one. So we no need to focus more on this, but we will need a basic idea of what is a BC set and why it is required. SAP will give you the set of BC sets just to configure it, and then we can use the standard functionality. And apart from that, what we will have? We will have a business function activation. A business function activation. So this is a business functions related to a material and finance again. We will see the list of a business functions from transaction code SFW5. So here you will see a business function configurations activation. So, and one more thing you need to understand, once the business function is activated, it will not be reversible. So we have to make sure what we are activating, is it useful or not. So if it is useful, then only we have to go and activate the business functions. Let me go here, and you can see here it is already deactivated. Most of the business functions are deactivated. And now let me search with FND, MDG, FND, SCM, FND, and FIAN, finance related. Let me check MDG. Yeah. So can you see here? Here we will have some business functions related to MDG is activated. So these are the standard business functions. We will get it from SAP, then activate the business functions, then MDG applications will be installed in the system. So this is the installation part, a BC set and business functions. And as I said, once it is activated, it will not be reversible. So we have to make sure what is relevant and what is irrelevant. Okay. And PLM, so you can see a PLM related, and you can see the customer related. Let me search with customer. Yeah. Custom object, sales and distribution related, EWM. So there are many business objects are activated, and vendor related, but I'm looking for MDG, right? Wherever we have MDG, that is only required for us. MDG consolidation, the other functions also we will have. Let's see. Yeah, this is for a business functions, right? A BC set and business functions activation. You no need to do anything here, but just for an idea, you will require this knowledge. Okay. And then what we will have a business workflow configuration, where we will do a workflow related activation step, SWU3. So here you will see a workflow related configurations. You can see here, configure RFC destination. In right hand side, you can see what it will do. SAP WFRT is a background workflow system. User ID. It will work whenever you do RFC destinations. Whenever you are connecting from one system to another system, and to send the data from one system to another system, RFC destination is required. So that's why we have enabled this RFC destination. And a workflow administration process and documentation, scheduling background jobs. If there are any background jobs related to workflow, that will be scheduled automatically. You no need to manually go and activate it again. It will be automatically refreshed, right? And here we will have some other settings or configs related to environment. This is purely for workflow, and settings and services, right? Some kind of HR objects and all. And here you will have a customizing workflow. So SAP MDG also deals with a custom applications, where you can create your own custom workflow, business workflow, and use that in MDG application. So you can use that custom workflow and IDOC interfaces. You will have an IDOC. So IDOC will trigger data from MDG system to another connected system, SAP system, right? So this is a part of a workflow. And what else we will have? We will have Webdyn Pro related services. So Webdyn Pro related services. So for that, you will see a transaction code SICF. Here we will have a Webdyn Pro service. So you will get a service name and that service. Now I have a NWBC. So this is one of the Webdyn Pro service, I would say. So how I am accessing? After activation of a Webdyn Pro component, I can able to see that. So those services, Webdyn Pro related services or FPM related services will be available using. See here, you will have a lot of services related to MWBC. A launchpad, MWBC, a launchpad. Now let me execute this service and you can see whether it is active or not. This is my service, the Webdyn Pro service, SAP and launchpad of NWBC. Launchpad for a net viewer business client. If you do right click, here you can see it, whether it is inactive, whether it is active or inactive. You can see it here. Since it is already active, so this is disabled now. I can't reactivate it again. Similarly, for other services, you need to activate a change request related service, a material master related service. All the standard functionality we will need to enable before using the actual MDG application, right? So this comes under the configuration part. SAP MDG configuration. What we will do? A BC set configuration. SCPR 20 transaction code. A business functions. A business functions are related to MDG. And a workflow configuration. So it is SWU3 and Webdyn Pro services. So Webdyn Pro services you can access from transaction code SICF. This part comes under the MDG configuration. Anyone has any doubt on this? Okay, if it is silent, then I agree, no doubt. Then we will go ahead. What we will do after configuration, after installation? Yeah, after installation, what we will do? So after installation, if I go to the transaction code, you need to remember the transaction code MDG IMG. Here it is MDG IMG. Maybe you can note down also MDG IMG. So this is like a SPRO. How we will do SPRO for other modules. For MDG, it's kind of a navigation. As like SPRO, you can check everything related to MDG here from MDG IMG. Okay. And if you see in MDG IMG, you will have a general settings. As I said, you will have a finance, a BP, supplier, customer, material, right? A standard navigation, a standard master data navigations already given by SAP, and also you will have a general settings. Apart from this, you will have a general settings. Let's go inside the general setting. Now I have expanded general setting, and what I can see inside a general setting, I can see data modeling, I can see UI model, you can see process model and replication model, process analytics, key mapping, value mapping. So all these are very much important, though the four modules, data model, process model, UI model and replication model, these are very much important. It will be interlinked to one by one the process. Data will be linked to, data model will be linked to UI model, and the UI model will be linked to process model, and process model will be linked to replication model. Okay, so we will be focusing more into this data model, a UI, a process model, and what is the replication model, right? Here you can see the key mapping. So we were discussing about a key mapping when I do a centralized business, when I am sending data from one central system to all other systems. So we will be taking help of key mapping. So that is the reason we will use key mapping, but it's optional. It's not mandatory for all the business scenarios, but it is one of the option when we go with the hub deployment. Okay, but mainly without a data model, UI model, a process model, and replication model, MDG will not be done. Okay, so these are very much important. What are those? A data model, a UI model, process model, and replication model, right? These four are very much required in MDG. We will be working most of the time with these four models. So we will talk in detail one by one, what is there in data model, what is there in UI model, what will be there in process model and replication model. So here we will have entities and attributes. So it's kind of a data dictionary. What is data dictionary in SAP generally? So data dictionary will have a different tables, a transport tables, transparent tables, stick tables, structures, and other stuff related to data, a dictionary. Here also, it is also similar to that. We will have an entity and attribute. Okay, we will have entities and attributes. So what is entity? An entity is a set of attributes. Attribute, what is attribute? Attribute or field, right? Attribute, or we can call it as a field. There are maybe, we will have a key fields, we will have a non-key fields, we will have dependent fields, right? The set of attributes will be added into one entity, and again we will segregate those entities, right? If we go to PPT, so here we will have, let's talk a material, right? So we will have a general data and description, right? We will have unit of measures. So general data, what kind of data comes under general data? So there are some attributes, there are some fields, right? So those fields will be added one entity. In backend, we will add into the entity. In UI, you will say it is UIBB, or you will say view. But in backend, a technical name for that is entity, right? Entity contains attributes. Attributes may be key fields or non-key fields. It is applicable for same for all the views, all the change requests, all the UIBBs. It is same. We will have an entity. Okay. And these entities, multiple entities, will be considered into one data model. If we have entities related to material, set of entities related to material is called as MDG material data model. A set of related entities into a BP business partner, it will be MDG BP, right? And same, what we will have a set of entities related to finance. It is MDG finance, or yeah, this is fine. This is MDG finance. Understood? It is a data model. I will take this down. Yeah. Now let's go and see what is there in the data model. So here again, I'm going to SAP. What is this transaction code? MDG IMG. So in MDG IMG, I will have a general setting and I have a data modeling. Let me expand data model. What is there in the data model? I have option edit data model, a business object, a T codes, a business object type, a general data, data model structures and all. But my first option is edit data model. So I can go inside here, edit data model and continue, click on continue. And then you can see my data models. Is material. It is a material data model. BP, it is a business partner. And OG, it's a finance. So earlier it was OF or something. Now it is updated or upgraded to OG. So this is the, you can say OZ or 0Z, whatever it may be. It is into finance, right? These three are standard data models, right? Now let me take a material data model. And if you see, if you observe a left-hand side, you will have entity types. You will have attributes. So now I have selected a data model, material, and I'm going inside entity type. I have a list of entity types. Let me go to a material. So this is my material entity type, right? And I have selected this entity and I click on attributes. I can see some attributes are available, right? So it means it is like a structure. If I consider a material master, material in general without MDG, if we talk a material master, I have a table, Amara, and I'm going to S11. Here I have a table, Mara, right? So this is my general data for material. I can see all these attributes related to material, the general data. Similarly, you can see same kind of behavior attributes. Here also these are fields in transparent table Mara. Here we will have fields, and in MDG we will have attribute. Attribute or fields, both are same. And entity is nothing but a table or structure. You can say a structure. Now I am inside a data model and entity is material and attribute. So how we will have a different tables in I have Mara general data. Mara stores material general data. And what Marcy stores? Marcy stores my plant data, right? Marcy stores a plant data. Here also we will have a Marcy entity. So here also we will have Marcy entity. It is having the fields related to a plant, right? So you can relate that we will be adding attributes into one entity, and those entities are together available in one data model, correct? So now if you relate these two, our, just a minute, yeah, our PPT. Let me close these sessions. Yeah, here you can see a general data. So general data and unit of measure. So unit of measure, let's see this. We will take example of unit of measure. So this unit of measure, in general, we will have a MARM table, right? We will have in general a MARM table. So it is unit of measure for material. It stores all the data related to material unit of measures. And in MDG, we will have MARM related entity type. In SAP, what we will have? A table, and in MDG, we will have a MARM related entities. Similarly, for other attributes, for other entities, quality data, EIN, classification. So everything together with entity types. So if I go visualize data model, you can see in detail. I clicked on visualize data model. Now let me check. So I'm doing here find unit of measure, right? Or let me take any attribute and then search, right? See, this is a quantity and means it in Let me go in detail view. Now you can see it clearly, right? These are entity, and under each entity, see, this is unit of measure entity. I'll have a unit of measure related to material attributes. This is my entity, and these are my attributes. And if I take the other entity type like MVKE, sales data, I can see right hand side, I can see all the attributes. Okay, so you will have a entity and attributes combined in one data model. This is my data model. So I hope you got an idea what is data model and what is entity type and attribute. Any doubt on this? Data model, entity type and attributes.
No, Shona. Thank you.
Okay, good. And now the important thing I was saying, a material is reused, right? Material data model is reused. So let me clarify on that, why we are calling material is reuse. If you see here in MDG MG, I have selected a material. If you see here, there is a slight difference between this OG and material, or finance and material. What is the difference? Can you identify these two records which I have highlighted? What is the difference between these two?
Active area.
Right. Only active area is different. Right? What is active area? So in MDG, we will have concept called active area and staging area. What? Active area and staging area. So for material, this is my active area, and for OZ, I don't have any active area. It is not defined by SAP. SAP did not give my active area. It is given only for material for reuse. So before going to active area and staging area, let me show you some fields related to material, why we are calling this as reuse, right? Now I'm going to entity type, and I'll go visualize data model, and then I will take the entity material. Okay, I will take detail view, and here I have double clicked and material entity type. You see, it is my basic data, and here you can see attributes related to material, right? Now, so this is MDG, right? This is I'm in MDG data model, correct? I am in MDG data model. Now I will go to actual material in SAP. What is that? I'm going to MM03. Let me display any material. I can take anyone is fine. Basic data. So what I have here, in general, I have a base unit of measure, a material group, right? A division. So let me check what is this material group, technical attribute, technical data. So if I do help F1, I can see this technical information. What is this? This is coming from Amara. A field name is MATKL, right? The field name is MATKL. And if I go to MDG data model, I will have a same field, MATKL, material group, right? You can see MATKL is for material group. MATKL will be using to store a material group data. Correct. So it means we are reusing the same structures or attributes. Same attributes we will be using in MDG. So whenever you use the same attributes, then that data model will be called as a reuse data model. Right? So now I said like this is reusing, and finance OZ is not reusing the existing attribute or structures. Let me evaluate or check those entity type and attribute. Right? To check that, where I have to go? Can anybody tell where I need to check attribute? Think you are not following. So now to check the attributes, I have to go to entity type. And you will have attributes, you will have entities. You will have a lot of entities. Let me see. Let me take a PCTR. This is for profit center. This is for the profit center. I am doing a visualize data model. I click done visualize data model. And again, I go to detail view and collapse it. Let me go to PCTR. So this is my profit center, right? In MDG. What it is? It is my profit center entity. Profit center entity. What I have inside the entity? I have an attributes. I have attributes inside my profit center. So here, if I see a profit center attribute, it is PCTR. Now I'm coming back and let me check a profit center in table, profit center table. Right, a profit center table. I have, let me go to S11, that's better. CEPC. What is a profit center attribute here? It is, can anyone tell this? What is this profit center attribute?
PRCTR.
PRCTR, right? In general, in SAP, it is PRCTR. But in MDG, it is PCTR. And if I see controlling area, this is my controlling area. KOKRS. The technical attribute name to store controlling area is KOKRS. But in MDG, it is CO area, controlling area. And department, here you can see the department field is stores in ABTEI. This is my technical attribute name. But here it is PCTR DAPT. Both are same or different? I need some answer. Both are same or different?
Different.
Both are different, right? So that is the reason it is not reused. This data model is not reusing the existing attributes. So that's why we will call a flex data model. Finance is a flex data model. Got it? And BP and a material, it will be using the same attributes which are available in SAP, general tables and structures. Right? Now let me go back and discuss on this active area and staging area. Active area and staging area. So first I will show you the PPT which is relevant for active area and staging area. Let me check where we will have a diagram related to that. Give me a minute. Otherwise, I will draw over here. Like we will have this is my let's consider this is my staging area, and here we will have another area called active area. Okay, so data will flow from staging to active. Data will be moved from staging to active, right? What is staging area? So now the staging area is nothing but inactive data or a change request data, or I would say before approval data before approval. Data before approval is called as staging area data, right? It is a staging area. And what is active area? So active area is same again, opposite to staging area. What it is? It is this. It is active area, active data, a change request data after approval, right? It is after a change request data is called as active area or active area data. So anyone has any idea what is active and what is staging in MDG? You have seen the change request, you have seen the tables, you have seen the diagram. I was telling like we will replicate data from MDG to ECC tables. So here, do you have an idea? So this is a staging area, means it is MDG change request data. On top of ECC or S4, what we are doing? We are creating a change request, right? So that change request is a staging area, temporary data, inactive data. Once it is approved, then this data will become as a active data. Then it will move from staging to active. Then it will be available in the table. Mara table. Once you create a change request for material, then it will have all the approvals and comes to the ACC or S4 and updates the tables. So that is called active data. So this is active data. We will be using active data. So before approval, it is inactive data, right? If you order anything in Flipkart, until you get that in your hand, that is not yours, right? So similarly, here also, if a material is available in tables, a Mara table, then that is active. So before that, it is inactive. It was still in process. The change request is still in process. Flipkart did not deliver my order. It is still in process. So there is no guarantee, right? So that is that area, that concept is in change request. So that is inactive. This is a temporary data, I would say. This data is a temporary data. And again, if we say a staging and active area related to this, maybe you will be confused a bit here if I say in detail about this. Now, for finance, you can see it is blank. For material, at least a material is already defined. For finance, it is blank. Why? Because in finance, how data flows, this staging area in general, like for material, wherever you use a reuse data model, I have a material. Okay, I'm creating a material. It is with starts with a dollar MAT123. Now I have created a change request CR123. Okay, with a material, and I have all material details over here. And once it is approved, and what my Mara table will get updated with MAT 12345 something. This is temporary number, and once it become active, the actual number will be available in material, right? So here the concept you need to understand in reuse area, as soon as I approve the change request, as soon as I approve the change request, this staging area, what I'm saying, it's a temporary area, will be vanished automatically. You cannot this data in staging. Whenever it is active, the data will move from staging area to active area, and it will create a material. But in finance, if I have a CR, something like that, I have a dollar profit center 123, something like that, and it is updating CEPC table after completion of change request activation. Let's say it is PC 123, it is updated, and also the temporary area will not be cleared. It will be available. The actual data, inactive data and active data, both will be stored in staging area only for finance. But for material, it will not store because the finance is a sensitive data, right? So I need to check a backup also. If something went wrong, I can check it. What is my staging area? What is happened inactive data? What was happened to inactive data after activation? How it went? So I need each and every step for my data movement. So that is the reason in finance, a staging area will hold active and inactive both. But in reuse area, as soon as the change request is activated, it will be removed my inactive data and completely moved to active, right? So that is a big difference between reuse and flex. Okay. I hope it is clear. Do you have a doubt? Anyone has any doubt? You can raise. We can clear and go ahead. We will discuss more in detail when we are creating a change request. Going forward, I'll show you how data will be vanished from staging and how it will move from here to here, from staging to active.
Which component act as the blueprint of SAP MDG? Simplifying data strategies. Option A, object model. Option B, deployment options. Option C, architecture. And option D, material management. And follow for more in ZaranTech.com, and please write your answers in the comments below. Just a quick info, guys. ZaranTech provides SAP Master Data Governance program. Through this program, you will learn complete SAP Master Data Governance, and this course we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials in your YouTube channel. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link below in the description and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of SAP.
The architectural in MDG, we have hub deployment and co-deployment. As we were discussing, hub deployment, there will be one centralized system and the data will be distributed across the system. One MDG system, centralized system will be there. And from here, we will replicate the data to other connected systems. And we will have inbound scenarios also. So we will get the data from other source of PLM or SuccessFactors or non-SAP. And that data will be converted into SAP format. And then we can send the data to other connected systems. And here I have added the PLM. This is like a source and target size. So in this case, so it is in both the directions. Like we will have inbound, also we will have outbound. So only for PLM, let's say for example, it was linked. Let me. Here, when we deal with the master data, inbound and outbound, and a central master data server, and this will be distributed across all the system through SAP and non-SAP. So then this kind of setup or architecture, it will be called as hub deployment. And whereas you have only one MDG system and ECC system. It is a small setup where you don't have a big landscape. So that kind of architecture or system we will call it as co-deployment system. So it's mainly the deployment, data deployment, how you are deploying or replicating or transferring, sending data from MDG system to other systems. Okay. And also we discussed, what did we discuss? We will have these 3 master data governance solutions as given by SAP, material, BP, and finance. So these are 3 given by SAP. If any other solutions we require, we will go with a custom MDG solution. So examples, I said like for custom MDG, if we consider the finance, we will have the ZL account, chart of account, cost center, profit center, internal order, FSV, something like that. But here, if we don't have a WBS, let's say WBS, I can give you an example for custom applications. So this maybe we can call it as MDGW like this. So these are for standard, and MDGW it is our own custom application or custom master data governance. Okay. Tool. Using this, we can again same create the change request, and change request will have approval process, data validation, and replication. Everything is same. If any master data is not covered or not part of the standard solutions, we can go with the custom approaches, custom solutions, right? And yeah, so we also discussed a staging area and active area. So what is staging? A staging data or staging area is nothing but inactive data or change request data before approval. Once the change request is approved, then that will become a active data, right? Inactive, unactive. So opposite to active, what? Inactive, right? So staging is nothing but inactive. Staging or inactive data. It is active area, or maybe we can call it as active data also. Data wise, if we talk about the data, it's active data. What is active data? Whenever we create a material through the change request, once it is approved, then that will become active. So that will be available in the tables, right? So that is active data. And before that, it is all staging. It's temporary data. Right. And then today I'm coming to the main topic. So we will have mainly, if I go to SAP, MDG, IMG. What is the transaction code? It is MDG, IMG. You need to remember that. Remember this MDG, IMG transaction code. So from here, we can navigate and we can work on the data model, a UI model, a process model, and whatever we want. Like it is MDG, IMG is the main transaction code. From here, you can navigate to whatever you want. Yeah, good. So from here, MDG, IMG, you will have settings, general settings, their data model, a UI model, process model, and replication model. So these 4 models are very much important in MDG. Of course, we will have other search, a key mapping, a value mapping, so data transfer. These are also available, but mainly a data model and a UI model, process modeling, and replication model. It will be linked to one by one. Without these 4, we cannot complete a MDG project, right? Data model is required, UI model. Let me go to Excel and let me write it. What is it? data model. Yeah, we can navigate from here to all this data model, process model, everything. You can navigate from MDG transaction code.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So in today's class, we will focus on this data modeling. So in data model, what is it? A data model. So here the name itself, it is saying like it's something related to a data, a model. Like if I talk about a material, okay. So material, let's say we are working on MDG material data model or material project, right? So we will need to check what is it MDG a material data model. So I'm going inside, sorry, I'm going inside the data model, right? So here we will have edit data model. So edit data model, if you go inside, we have material, we have BP, and we have finance. So let me take a material scenario. So this is a data model material. And what we will have? We will have entity type and each entity type. Let me take here entity type material. I'll take entity type material and I'll click on attributes, right? I have attributes. So it means a data model is a mainly it is a set of entities. Entities. And attributes. Okay. So these entities, again, it will be the entities again, it will be splitted into 4 types. Here you can see the entity changeable via change request, changeable without change request, not changeable via MDG, changeable via other entity, right? So again, it will be divided into 4 types. So we will discuss what is it, type 1, type 2, type 3, and type 4. Here you can see use type or storage type. And also we can call it as entity types, right? Entity types. Maybe I'll keep this separate here. We will discuss that later. Entity types are storage type. This is important. Storage type. It means how we are storing the data. How we are storing the data. So that will decide based on the entity types or storage type we assign to each and every entity. Okay. So there are 4 again. Type 1, type 2, type 3, and type 4. How many types? Type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4. Total 4 entity types we have. Where these entity types are available? These are available in data model. So data model is a set of entity, and entity will have attributes. Set of entities, and these entities will have attributes. How we will define? Like if you see a material, can we see everything in one table? If I go to a material table. What is the material general table?
Mara.
Yeah. So if I go to Mara, can I see everything all related to material data here in Mara? No, right? So only a general data I can see here. If I want to check a plant data, maybe I can go and check Marcy. Here I can see the plant details. If I want to check UM data, unit of measure related data. So I'll need to go to other table. So here it is Maram data. So here I can see unit of measure data, right? Similarly, in MDG also, they have a defined different entities, right? So different entities will hold the different attributes. Not everything together added in a single entity. They have they have differentiated what is general data, what is plant data, like how in normal SAP or material, how we have differentiated. In MDG also, they have differentiated and added into the each entity type. So in our scenario also, we will need to do the same thing. If we go with a custom data model, we have to differentiate our data. What is header data? What is item data? What is main data? Right? What is secondary data? So what are the key fields? What are the non-key fields? Like that, we have to differentiate. So now I will say this type 1 entity type 1. Entity type 1 is a root table, right? I'm saying this. This is a Mara table. What is it? Mara. Let me check. Mara. What is it? Mara. Mara is a general material data. Here we will have a material number, one key field, right? It is a main table. So similarly, I'm saying type 1 is a root, and in MDG also a material changeable via change request. This is a type 1. Here you can see this is type 1 entity. So here we will have a general data. Type 1 is a general data. It is material, or we can say Mara, right? And then as of now, I'll just skip these two. Then I will go to type 4. This one is dependent entity, right? This is root entity, and type 4 is a dependent entity. I am saying this is a Marcy basic, and the table is Marcy. And again, I'm going back to my data model. Let me take Marcy basic. So here we have Marcy basic, and this one is type 4. Here you can see this is type 4. What is the root? It is type 1, and dependent is type 4. Why I am saying it is a dependent? Because this is the general data for each and every plant. A material number will be there. So without a general data, without material number, you cannot have a plant data. Even if you see that in the table, I'm going to Marcy table. Here you will have MATNR. Marcy is for plant. Now I have plant. But why I need material number again? Material number is also required. This is root. This is coming from a Mara table. This is definitely required. This is also key field. You can see here, both are, even though this table is used for storing plant details, here we will have MATNR also. MATNR comes from MARA table mainly. Okay. Without material number, you cannot create, without header, you cannot create items. Okay. Without material number, you don't have a plant. If you go to MARM table also, MARM, here also you can see a material number is a key field. And the unit, alternative unit of measure data, it's also a key field. So it means it is a link between MARA to this table. Similarly, in MDG also, we will have a link between this entity to this entity. Right? This entity is root and this entity is dependent. But one question here, we have a direct option to make a key field here. Whatever the fields I can add in the table, and I'll make them as a primary key or a key field, main key. But in MDG, even though you have that option, but you cannot use directly. Now I'm going back to attributes. Here we have a key field option, but you cannot directly check this. You cannot directly use this. Even if you scroll down and see, there won't be a checkbox for key field. Why? Because you cannot directly assign it as a key field. You always have to use a reference or relationship. What is the relationship between this root entity and dependent entity? Relationship is required from root to entity. What is the relationship? A relationship, what I have seen in the table, I have seen that material number is available in MARC, right? Material number is material number field is MATNR. MATNR is available in MARC basic. That's all, right? And that is a key field. So here we will have a key field MATNR, and here we will have two MATNR and WRKS. We will have two fields, right? That is the difference. MATNR is also appearing here, but how to define the relationship between these two? Now I'm going back again here. Let me take a MARC basic again. MARC basic, I'm going to attributes. If I see here, I don't see MATNR and WRKS plant. I said like, as we have in the table, plant, WRKS and MATNR, material number, but I don't see those fields. I have some other fields, different fields. But if I check here, visualize data model, now I'll go to, once it is executed, let me take, I'm going to detail view here. What is our entity? MARC basic. Let me search MARC basic, right? Here it is. See, can you see here? I see material, plant. Material is there, plant also there. But when I check in the attributes list, it was not there. But when I go to visualize data model and see, these two fields are available. But actually, I can see only remaining fields. Why? What is the logic behind this? So this is called the relationship between a type 1 and type 4, root and dependent, or one entity to another entity. So now let's go back and check what is the relationship. I will take, I'm just going to relationships. And here in relationships, let me take by, let me take from here. Let me take what Marcy from entity and relationship. Let me take by contents. I will take from entity and to entity. Okay, what is my from entity? Material. And what is my to entity? This is material, root table, right? So this is my dependent entity, Marcy basic. I'm giving it here and select. Let me see. What is it? There is a relationship MATM RCA BA, something like you can give, don't try to understand this, but there is a relationship between from entity and to entity, and we will have a leading relationship. Leading relationship 1 to n. So it means we have a link between a material and plant data with leading. So leading means we will be deriving attribute, or we will be getting attribute, key attribute from material entity to this entity, right? This is from and this is to. With leading. Leading means it will take all the key fields. Whatever the key field is available in material, that will be automatically appear here in Marcy basic if you assign as a leading. Got it? It's already predefined. It's a standard data model, but you need to understand this relationship, entities and attribute, what will be available, how it was defined. So then only you can create a custom data model, or when you work on this standard data model extension part, so you need this information.
Okay.
Yeah, now you got type 1 and type 2, right? So this
Yes.
is type 1, I'm saying it's a header, it's an item, right? Generally, Marcy is item, Mara is header data, correct? So header and item. This is header and this is item. Header is we are calling as root. Item we are calling as dependent. Marcy is item, Mara is header. Is it clear?
Yes.
Okay. Now, better I'll take some fields from Mara and some fields from Marcy. Okay. So Marcy, I'll take, I will take this batch management, MMST. MMSTA and MMSTD. And in Mara, I'll take few and we'll try to explain the relationship. Material number I'm taking. Yeah, say is not required. MTRT. MBRSH. And MATKL. So these attributes are from Marcy, these are from Mara. This is header and this is item. Or we will have a relationship. Now I need this Matner in my Marcy table. In SAP directly we will have a check button. We can directly add the field. But in MDG, that option is not available. So what I was saying, we need to have a relationship. We need to create the relationship. We have a relationship between Mara and Marcy. What is that relationship? It is a leading relationship. So it is material and with leading relationship, right? To Marcy basic. So if you update this relationship, what will happen? Automatically, this Matner will come here. It means leading means key. If I have any other key field in Mara, so that will also automatically appear here. So why we need to, why SAP has given this leading relationship? It is very flexible. If you have a relationship, automatically all the attributes, whenever you update main entity, root entity, automatically the dependent entity also will get updated. So you no need to manually add, right? So this relationship itself, it will automatically get the attributes, all the key fields from root to dependent, or from entity to another entity, to entity. Now I'm saying this, I'm converting this to general material related data to MDG. MDG, it is not table now, it is entity. This is also an entity. Now I will have another field. What is that? Plant, right? So plant is not available in MAT and material. Do we have plant in material? So that's why it is blank. We will not get that. So to get plant also here, that is a key field, right? So where I can check the plant? Either I need to check in plant directly, I have to add, or I need to get from other entity through relationship. So now we will have another key field is a plant, right? So that key field, how we will get? Again, that is through relationship. Which relationship it is? So here we will have a key field, Matner. To get another key fields, additional key field. So now it is one key field. So if WRKS we will get here, then that will become another key field, right? So to get another key fields, we will use type 3. Right? We will use a type 3. So this type 3 is WRKS. And this is again a MRC basic, right? So here in MDG, it is MRC basic. But here again, we don't need to create a leading entity. Type 3 is WRKS, plant. It's the entity type itself, like I'll explain this type 3 later. As of now, I'll give WRKS and MRC basic with qualifying relationship. If I update this relationship, then automatically this WRKS will be populated here. This will automatically comes here. Now this is key. This is the other one is also key, right? We have two key fields, right? And these are non-key fields or attribute, direct attribute. These are direct attributes available in Marcy Basic. Now let's go and check the data model. Marcy Basic. Material. Sorry. Here, entity types. Yeah, Marcy Basic is there. Now, if we see, these are attributes. These two are coming from other entities, right? So that's why initially I don't see these two fields. Whatever I have highlighted, I don't see these two attributes because these two are coming from other entity through relationship. The remaining attributes, whatever the remaining attributes, I can see them here. But when I go to visualize data model, I can see everything together. Right? Now, let me go to Marcy Basic. Yeah, Marcy Basic. Here you can see all the fields. Material number, plant, and other attributes which are already available in the entity. And you can see this relationship also. Since it is coming from root table, it is leading entity type. And the other one, what I was saying, qualifying. This is a qualifying. So qualifying means additional key field. This is key field, and now this is key field, and this is additional key field. The same behavior. Now let me go and check MARM table, right? UM related. Now let me, you can take anyone, not only MARM. If you go to GTIN, if you go to the plant storage locations, let me go to the storage location. Here it is, and expand this. Here also you can see a material. It's a leading. Leading means it is coming from root table. And the storage location and plant. These two are coming from other entity via qualifying relationship. These three are key fields. Where? In the storage location. Understood? And now let me go and check this type 3. I'm saying this type 3, WRKS is a type 3. And why it is type 3? Type 3, let me go and uncheck WRKS. WRKS. This is WRKS, right? So this is type 3. No changeable via MDG, no generated tables. Now if I go and check attributes, do I have any attributes in type 3? No. You don't see any attributes in type 3. This is type 3. And this is also type 3. This is also type 3. If I go and check, do I see any attributes? No. But if I check a material, I have some attributes. If I check the other entity, Marcy Basic, I have some attributes. But why type 3 will not have any attribute? I would find, but if you see here what I'm highlighting, this is type 3. This is attribute, right? What is the difference between these two? Is there any difference? The entity itself, an attribute. WRKS is type 3 entity type becoming attribute. So it means type 3 will not have any attributes. Type 3 entity, generally, like if we say entity type, we think like it has an attribute. But for type 3 itself is an attribute. It doesn't store any attributes. Why we are declaring a type 3 is an attribute? Just to add additional key field. So this is coming from material, Mara, material number. And where we will get this additional key field? So to get the additional key field, we will define an attribute as a type 3 and we will have a relationship, qualifying relationship, then it will become additional key field. So now if I create additional, like one, if I need one more attribute, let's say what we are checking something in the table. So let's say I need this. If I go to Marcy. So from Marcy, if I need, which one we will take? We will take MRP type. If I need this MRP type, DISMM, okay? If I need this DISMM in my, we need, it is already there. Suppose if it is not available, let's say some custom table is required, custom attribute is required here in this Marcy basic. What I need to do, I will need to create a DISMM is entity, type 3 entity, and I'll import the relationship is referencing. Then this field will come over here and it will be added as referencing attribute, but this is not key field. I just wanted to have this type 3 in my entity. So that is the reason if I put update, if I put the relationship qualifying, it will become a key field. If I put referencing, it will become a non-key field. If you put qualifying, it's key field. If you put referencing, it is a non-key field. It is non-key. Non-key. Sorry, here it is non-key. So you can see key, this is key, these are direct attributes, this is non-key. What is this? It is attribute. Now we have covered type 1, type 2, type 4, and type 3. Right? And now what is type 2? Type 2 is a text. It stores text data. You can see in MDG. If you go here and a text related. See this one is purchasing text. So, right, let me check which entity type we can take here. MARD store alert type 4 changeable via other entity without yeah, so here it is. Yeah, see, can you see this? This is type 2 ZPNUM ZWRZ. These are type 2. What it is mentioned? changeable without change request. Generated check or text table. So it means without change request. Here you can see without change request. It is not dependent on the change request. It will automatically generate it. So we no need to focus on this much. We will need to focus on type 1 and type 4 and type 3. And type 2 entity type is text related. It will be generated automatically. Is it fine? Understandable? And this relationship is also important. Leading, qualifying, and referencing. Now I will go back and check the relationship between, see now, if you go to visualize data model, I'll open this in a separate window and we can see. What we can see here, material storage data. Okay, so in material storage data, if I double click here, I can see this is leading, qualifying and qualifying. Now I'll open MDG, IMG again, and let me check the relationships. Let me check these 3 relationships where we can see this. So now, what is the from entity? From entity is material and to entities MGLT store, MLGT store, sorry. Yeah. ML. Let me go back and data modeling. Continue. And then a relationship. I'll do by select from entity and I'll take a to entity. What is my from entity? A material, and a to entity. I'll take this MLGT STOR. MLGT STOR. And I will select. So can you see it is leading? So leading means I got this entity. I got this attribute from the material entity, right? It is leading 1 to n. So it means one general data will have a multiple or n cardinality. I need to explain cardinality also. 1 to n means one header and n number of items, right? If material number is there, and n number of plants can be extended. So similarly, here if you put cardinality to this entity, material storage type, n number of storage types can be created. I'll show you this in the change request process also. So now you can see here how it is designed. And now let me check the other relationship. Now I'm saying in the Excel what I said. If I put a qualifying relationship between these two, it will become a key field, right? Qualifying. Let me check. This is LG NUM. I'm going back. Can go here. LG get from entity, or is it already there? No. By contents to entity and from entity. So what is my from entity? This attribute itself is an entity, LG num. LG NUM, and what is to entity? This one, MLGT STOR. MLGT STOR. I have a relationship. What is it? Qualifying. Now here you can see it is qualifying. And this is also Same LG TYP. If I go back and check LG TYP from and to LG TYP and MLGT STOR MLGT STOR LGTYP. Okay. Yeah. Can you see here? This is another qualifying relationship that you can see here, qualifying entity. So similarly, if you check each and every entity, this is type 4. Type 4 entity, you will have leading and qualifying, and remaining are attributes. See here, you can see that is the difference between this relationship. If we have a relationship leading, means it is asking to get a key field from here to here. So if I update this leading, I am asking the system to send me a key field from material to Marcy basic. If I am updating this qualifying, I am asking system to send the direct attribute from this attribute will become as a another key field. If I am updating a reference, I am asking this attribute to come and sit a Marcy basic. In your case, you are asking like how system will identify only key field. So this is the one. If I put leading means I am asking to send the key fields only.
Oh,
So now I'm going to material, right? Where is material? This is a material. Can you see here? Material. It is entity itself, an attribute. Here you can see material. This is not coming from other entity. Do I have a leading here? No. If I go and check unit of MSR or material, I can see leading entity type. So this unit of MSR is calling a material entity and getting this material MATNR.
yes,
Right.
got it.
Okay. So that is how the relationship is defined in MDG. This is very much important. And don't get confused. If you have any doubt, you can ask me. We will clarify and then go ahead. So the entity types and its relationships. So these are linked with one by one, and it is very much important. If not understand, then you can raise your hand and you can ask me. Okay, fine. I hope you understood. So here you can see most of the entities like sales data. If I expand sales data, everywhere I can see material. It is leading and qualifying, right? Leading and qualifying. If I expand everywhere, material data for product group, here also I will have. And why I am saying this is important, this data model, whatever we are able to see here, the data model, everything we will add, or we can see these details, entities and attributes in the change request, where we can see in the change request. How we will create a change request? What is the transaction code? Anyone remember? I think last time I went to the change request creation through one transaction code. Anyone know what is the T code we use to create a change request? Okay, silence says no. Okay,
NW.
right, yeah. So this is the important transaction code to remember. And one more thing, now I'm saying another T code, NWBC. What is it? NWBC NetWeaver business client. So now let's go and check the NWBC. Let me relate this NWBC. Okay, let me relate it to this NWBC to data model, right? What I can see in NWBC. I hope you know the concept already. To create a material, we are not depending on this screen. We are using MDG, right? So we have this page to create material, search material, change material. Right? Now I will go a search material. I'm going to search material. I clicked on search material and let's see. I have search option, so I can filter it. If I want to filter anything, maybe I'll give this as industry sector C and search. So once the search is done, I'll get everything here down. Now, if I click on material number, it will open another UI where I can see a material. What it is? A material UI. Right? So now if you observe, here we will have basic data, distribution chain, plants, storage location, validation area, plant, validation area, plant, warehouse, right? So this basic data, let me take basic data. So basic data, what I have material, unit of measure, material type, industry sector. I can see some dimensions. I can see some configuration, other fields, GTIN data, right? Basic data. This is a basic data. So this basic data, from where I'm getting this basic data into my change request. Or instead of this, let me better, I'll go to the change request directly. I'll copy this and I'll take the create material change request. It will be more, we will have more UIs. Okay. Right. Change request. I collapsed. Here you can see the basic data. I have the details, a field information. Right now, let me compare this to my material entity. Or I'll go to visualize data model. In visualize data model, I clicked on detail view and I took a material. So here, let me see what are the fields are available. Material number, right? Document change authorization group and gross weight, width, EAN, a material group, right? Unit of weight, so everything you can see here. A material, base unit of measure, industry sector, material group, old material number, authorization group. Can you see? Right? Dimensions, height, right? Length, everything, whatever I can see here. Material group, right? Industry sector, unit of dimensions, EAN category, product hierarchy. So all these fields are coming, all these fields are coming from this material entity, right? The user will see only this page and he can create a change request. but he don't know what is happened in backend. Only as a SAP MDG consultant, you need to understand the technical part also. This is technical part. This is the user part. This is output. And in backend, these are the technical attributes. This is a functionality has built in MDG. How this screen is looks like this with all the attributes? Because we have these attributes in entity. Now, if I go to plant, right? If I go and explain plants, let me add plant. I will take one plant. Plant will have details, additional details. Now in the creation, I cannot extend a plant actually, but maybe we will take a purchasing. Right now you can see order unit, a variable purchase order unit, purchasing value key, right? These fields are also coming from entity where it is purchasing. Let me check where URCH related plant data purchasing, tax classification purchasing, material purchasing data. So now these fields are there. Material purchasing data. This is direct actually. ZTIN. ZTIN. I can't see which one is direct. This is planned purchasing. Yeah, so at least we have planned purchasing. Planned purchasing. Now, can you see a material planned purchasing group? Okay. Material number come by default, and purchasing group, we will have purchasing group, and we have automatic purchase order allowed, automatic purchase order allowed, source list, we'll have source list, and critical part, we will have critical part. So though there may be a slight difference in the label you see, it is not exactly the same a technical attribute name and this UI name, but this is the source list requirement field. This label or this field is exactly the field which we are referring from the data model, right? This field. If you want to do any changes or any see, this is hidden, right? So you don't have any option to check this like this. See, now I can check this checkbox, but this I cannot check, right? So to do some kind of modifications or any field properties, to update a field properties. So this one I can make it Z00, right? By default, or I can disable this, or I can hide this. So to do some kind of field property related changes or modifications in the UI, you need to know which field it is from backend. So ABAPer will identify generally, maybe the functional consultant will not focus much into these technical fields, but you need to have a knowledge where it is coming from. Got it? So it means what? The change request is itself, it is everything is coming from where? Data model. Now, if we consider this is UI model, And do we have a link between data model and UI? Do we have or not?
We have.
Yeah. So how we have a link?
Whatever you are having at backend, it is appearing in your UI screen.
Exactly. Okay, good. At least, yeah. So this is this concept you understood, a data model, and UI part we will see later. Now, a data model. This is NWBC. From transaction NWBC, you will get this, right?
Okay.
Now let me close this. I'm going to SAP again. Here I will say
Okay.
WBC. Hello, it will open. But
No.
now I logged in, right? So now I have
Right.
logged in. If I log off, I need to give my credentials. So that's all. In that page, you just need to give your credentials. Then it will directly navigate to here.
So credentials will be provided by the
Yeah,
project team. Yeah.
right. Yeah. So you will get it. So then it will be navigated to this page. Or
Okay.
if so if you have, I mean, maybe in your project, you are using a Fury, then you now need to come to NWBC. If these styles, whatever we see in NWBC, material governance, the business partners, all these are related to roles, right? So these are the standard SAP pages, NetViewer business portal. This is a classic old one only. This is not new,
Oh,
but
okay.
SAP has added this, linked this to a master data governance. Earlier also, we have a UI portal. Now, SAP has introduced a Fury, right? What is the Fury transaction code? Now, let me go to a /n/UI2/FLP. So this is asking to open the page. From here, I can navigate to Fury, right? So this is a Fury screen. Here you can see finance and product. We don't have material master data for business. Material I did not find here, but yeah, if you go to Fury home page, you can see all the pages, whatever you can see from NWBC. This will be added to Fury library. So then you can see those tabs, Fury tiles. Let's say if I go to business partner, I have manage business partner, customer data, right? This is a master data maintenance.
Right.
This is mass
In
load.
the
So this is material tiles are not available here in the Fury, but you have a business partner. Now let me go here. A business partner, manage business partner, master data, or customer. This is for customer master data. Now I'm going to search a customer master data. Let's see how it looks. This screen is different. And then let me go back. Manage a business partner. Maintain a business partner. This is not fully configured properly. Mass processing consolidation. Or let me check the finance data. Maybe it is easy. Yeah, here we have. I think this will work. Company. So these Fury, we will have Fury related IDs. Fury library is there. From Fury library, we need to identify the standard Fury
Apps.
applications, and then we need to activate them. Then we have to add them into this page, home page.
No,
So from
no.
here you can navigate. Backend, yeah, settings also there. Some configuration settings are there for Fury. See, this one is search GL account, right? Now I'm in NWBC. Now I'm going to finance, right? So what is this? Search GL account. In finance, let's see, we will have this is controlling and accounting. Yeah, I have a search GL account. Now I clicked on search GL account. So can you see the screen? And now I'm navigating to Fury. This is Fury. This is my NWBC, and this is Fury. Can you see the difference? Both are same. So it means the same screen, whatever I can access from NWBC, this financial accounting governance page, search page, this page is just simply added in the Fury applications. But when I click on the search GL account in the Fury page, again system is navigating to this NWBC and bringing this page to here. That's all. Got it? It is not, mandatory always to use NWBC. In your system, in your business project, if the Fury is already set up, then the Fury consultant will take care of adding all these NWBC screens into Fury. From here also you can navigate whatever you want. You no need to go to the transaction code NWBC and uncheck. But the apps looks like some difference. You will have some kind of difference between the main NWBC page and the UI page, UI home screen page. This looks different. You need to identify, or you need to you need to have some experience. This is not like standard order. So how we can differentiate? So that is up to the design of a business, how they want it. That is their interested. Like if they want to have this change request and my change request in separate separate box or separate window, they can move this to another line. So then there is no a proper order. This is all the customizing one. But in NWBC, it is a standard one. It is standard. So the main concept we have completed, the data model, and the data model again. Now we explained the material, right? Similarly, we will have a finance, we will have BP. Now let me go back to data model and see a finance. What is finance? It is OG, but I said it is F, MDGF. Why it is OG or 0G? Earlier it was OF or something. Now they have upgraded to OG. This version it is OG. So OG or MDGF is same. It's finance, right? So finance also what it has? Same entity types and attributes. But there is a difference between the material and finance. Material and finance. What is the difference? So here you can see cost center. Here I can see I can see PCTR, CTR, profit center, and I will have internal order, what I was saying. Yeah, changeable via change request, FSI. So these are, you can see, this is type 1, changeable via change request and generate database tables. And this one is also type 1. This one is also type 1, and this one is also type 1. Why there are many type 1s in finance? In material, we have only one. Not there is another one also there, but mainly the root entity is a material entity. But here in finance, we will have many. Why? Why? Because it is not dependent. See, in material, we will be creating only material. But in finance, we are creating GL account, cost center. There are different objects. It's not dependent on each GL account is not dependent on internal order. So that's why we will have a different root entities, many root entities, many type 1 entities in finance. So if I am creating cost center, is it dependent on profit center? No. Right? Now, let me go to material. Here I can see only material related. But if I go to finance, I will have so many. Let me go to custom object controlling governance. Yeah. So here I'll have cost center, profit center, cost element. So different objects. There is no dependency between cost center and profit center. So this is root. This is also root. This is separate. This is separate. Each and every one is separate here. Understood? But the concept is same. We will have type 1 entities. We will have dependent entities. We will have relationships. See, you can see the relationship. And you will have a cardinality. And if I go to visualize data model, I can see again the qualifying, leading, and all other relationships. Now I am going to PCTR, profit center. So this PCTR is entity itself, and controlling area is leading. It means in PCTR, we do not have a CO area. CO area is not directly added to PCTR. It is coming from other entity, a leading entity type. It is coming from other type 1 entity somewhere. Okay, so now if I go to internal order, so here also you will have the internal order. There is no like it is not connected to any other entity types here. It is dependent, like it is not dependent. It is on its own. You have entity type, internal order, and other attributes. And if I go to so PCTR, let me check the CCTR. So cost center. This is cost center. So cost center, this is entity itself, and this is coming from other entity, and remaining are the attributes. So many attributes are there. All together we'll have in. If I referring the change request related to cost center, I can get most of the fields here from one entity only. So this is easy. Finance is easy compared to other data models. The structure and relationships are very easy. You can easily get it because there is no dependency from one entity to another entity. From here to there to here. We don't have much jinglings between here and there. It is not juggling. Okay, so finance, I would say, and we don't have much extensions. We don't have much customizations for finance because this is a sensitive data. As SAP has given the out of the box solution, most of the customers will prefer to go with a standard, and only they will use this as a tool. They will not try to enhance this much. Okay, and again, what we will have BP. So BP is a business partner. This is also same. We will have entity types and attributes. So this BP will be used for supplier, customers, and vendor creation. So here also we will have a different type ones and type fours. So same again, if I go to visualize data model, I can see the relationship between each and every entities and attributes. Now I click on detailed view. What we will have? We will have a BP relationship and we will have BP header, right? So BP header is a main entity in BP. So it is having GUID and grouping. So based on this grouping and GUID and business partner ID, based on this three and category, based on this attribute BP header, you can identify whether it is a customer or vendor or supplier. You will have a relationship or you will have a configuration, some kind of configuration to that differentiation between customer and vendor. You will need to create a roles, right? So based on the roles, when you are creating a supplier or customer, based on your roles, system will automatically pop up. This is a dynamic solution actually. So with this data model approach, the Genile model is also linked, and this will dynamically or to say a BP, a data model is a dynamic data model, I would say. Dynamically we can create a supplier, customer or vendor if you have configured the roles and other the settings related to this CVA vendor, CVA customer, CVA supplier related configurations. So this is part of a functional activity. Okay. So if anybody is interested, you can go and check what is CVI integration and tell me tomorrow few lines about this CVI integrations. Okay. No, like this is all a part of the course only. See now, see, the master data governance, let's say I am the user. I have MDG system. I need to create a cost center. What I will do, I go to NWBC. Okay, I'll go to NWBC here and I'll search maybe for time being. I'll search this. I'll take this as a copy and I will do no valid edition. Edition is not there. Or I'll take new change request type an edition. See what I'm doing. I'm creating
Now cost center controlling area, I will take 8000 and this is maybe I will give some random number and test cost center and company code. Enter a value for attribute person responsible. I will take logistics. So all the mandatory fields I have provided, and profit center is anyway, it's optional. So since it is coming as a warning, let me check if there is anything. It's not available. Okay, so that's fine. So now what I'm doing, I filled all the data and I'm submitting the change request. It is submitted. 630 is a change request. If it is having the workflow, unfortunately it is not, it doesn't have a workflow. If it is configured, then it will go and get the approvals, right? So once it is approved, then the cost center what we have created, it will be replicated to my CSKS table. This is the process, that's all. So in this process, what we have involved data model. Data model we are using MDG finance, and UI, this is UI, and process model, the change request, what we have created, change request types, and workflow are comes into a process model. And data replications, once it is approved, then data will be replicated. All the data whatever we have created in this change request, this will be replicated to ACC tables. So this staging area, whatever I'm talking, the change request, it is a staging area. Then it will become an active area or active data. This is all we do. Whether it is a cost center or profit center, GL account, or material or BP, supplier, customer, whatever it is, the cost center I'm creating, right? This is master data. Master data, main object. This is all we are talking about a master data only. GL account, cost center, profit center, customer, supplier, vendor, material. So this comes everything. Create, update, modify, delete, everything. All the operations related to master data we will do. That is what we are concerned in this class.
What are the central governance and process flow aimed to achieve SAP MDG? Option A, creating chaos. Option B, bringing orders. Option C, enhancing complexity. Option D, ignoring data. And follow for more in ZaranTech.com, and please write your answers in the comments below. Just a quick info, guys. ZaranTech provides SAP Master Data Governance program. Through this program, you will learn complete SAP Master Data Governance, and this course we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials in your YouTube channel. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link below in the description and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of SAP.
If you remember my class, so I was keep on saying, we will be installing MDG system on top of ECC and our S4HANA. The system which we are talking about, let me share my screen, that will become obsolete, right? So here we will have MDG and S4, right? So this S4 HANA system will become a dummy system. Even though you have access, if you consider a material from MM01, we can create material, but we don't do that. So we will be having a change request process. We will create a change request through MDG. Similarly for BP also, even though you have XK01 and XT01 access, you need to go to MDG and create a supplier or customer. So the access for customer vendor will be, I think it will be available just for display, not for create or modify. Right? This will become as a dummy. Similarly for finance also, everything is same. ECC or S4 system, whatever you have, that will be a dummy system. All the configurations we do, but everything master data related operations, like create, update, modify, delete, everything will be done in MDG system through change request process. That is what we discussed. Correct. Last class we were discussing, sorry. So we were discussing the change request and change request type and decision tables, right? A decision tables, we will have 3 types of decision table: user agent, non-user agent, and single value. In single value table, we will have everything. And in user agent, we will have a user agent or foreground activities. And in non-user, we will have a non-user or background activities or background related steps will be added in non-user agent table. So we discussed about this workflow decision tables, all the configurations, right? How workflow will work start to end. So we will have 0, 0, and 99. So from 0, 0, it will start, it will go for requester, it will go for reviewer and approver. And then finally after activation, workflow will be completed. Right, I hope you remember. This is what we discussed. We discussed these steps and then single value 0, 0, and previous value as empty and then conditional yes and all. This is the table for single value decision table. Now we will create a same table in our scenario. Okay. And then hopefully you will understand. So what we will have a change request type created. This one, this is our ZMAT OCT. This is our CR type for material. So let me check this in the system.
Yes.
Where I have to go? I have to go to the transaction MDG MG. So here we will have data model, UI model, process model, everything. So to check the change request and workflow, which one I need to expand? So here in process modeling, we will have workflow. And then we will have a rule-based workflow. So here under rule-based workflow, we will have configure rule-based workflow.
Now, let me go ahead. Okay.
Okay. Now, as you said, so we will check both. Okay. Now, I will take this ZMAT and check the decision tables. Here we don't have any because it is new, right? And also I'll take the other CR type. with CR type. Let me go to the tables. What is the transaction code? SC16N. Here we can see the tables. I hope freshers are not there, so you can get it this easily. I'm going to 120C USMD 120C, and I can give the change request type. Better, I'll remove this. Let's see with the GMAT. Sorry, GMAT. We will have with GMAT. There is no final check approved one. So better, I will go with MAT. Final check approved. This one is MAT L01. So let me take this.
GMAT OCT.
Now let me check the change request here. Create a change request type. So this one is the standard one. Here you can see the standard description, even though you can change, but the recommendation would be, so you can easily copy that. It's not a big deal to copy, right? We will have GMAT OCT. Yeah, this is for process material. So let's take the process material GMAT L02 and check the workflow. Right. Let me check the rule-based workflow for this MAT L02. Decision tables, single value, right? So everything is added as Manu said, and so this is directly changed by someone. But yeah, so you can see here, we will have a CR, a previous step. So wherever you see the descriptions, these are all the standard given by SAP. 00, it starts from 00 and ends at 99. 99 is a completion. So you will be ending the workflow in different ways, like whenever the activation is successful, it should be completed. And in case if it is revision, right? So it should be completed. We will have two ways, complete and incomplete. And again, it starts from here, 00 step, and conditional yes, you can give anything. You can give 1, 2, 3, or you can give ABC, some kind of meaningful conditional yes, you can give. And these step numbers are the standard step as change request steps we have taken, but you can give our own custom step numbers and CR statuses also. Now, as soon as I start submitting the change request, it should go here. This step will be executed, and my change request, new change request step is 90, and I will be updating changes to be executed. And again, this is the new step, right? So this new step will become a previous step. So this 90 will come here. Can you see this 90 will come here. This will become old now, the previous step. This is step. This is new change request step. This is old change request type. Action and status. So only based on the conditional yes. So this previous step and this new step you have to link how we will be moving from here to there, from 00 to 99. So that is all, everything. So 90 we will have. For 90, what is this 90? 90 is a final check. It's a foreground activity where user will get activate or reject buttons. There are two possible ways. He may approve it or he may reject it. If I go to my PPT here again, you will see the workflow. Right, just a minute. Yeah. So here, a reviewer or approver, here you can see this is one direction and there is another direction. So this is forward and this is backward. So it means a rejection is also there and approver also there. So whenever it is approved, it will go further. Whenever there is some rejection, it will go back. Whenever activation fail, it will go back. So similarly, here also, we will have two possible ways, activate or reject. If it is activate, if user clicks on activate, it will go for activation step 91. Right. If user clicks on reject, it will go for 95. Is it clear? 00 to 90 and 90, we will have two branches again. Two buttons. I would say two buttons. Action means consider it as a button. Action, some button. Activate and reject. In case if it is going for activation 91. And for 91 again we will have two. Either say we will have two. So here if it is activated, it will go in this direction. If it is activation fail, then again it will go back. So again we will have two directions. Activation may success or activation may fail. If activation success, if in case activation is success, then complete the change request. Right. As per the diagram also, if activation is success here, then end, complete the change request. If activation fails, then go back to requester. So here also you can see if activation is not, this is not successful, then final check 90. So here it will go. 90 means start from here. It will go back to here. Again to the initial step 90. This is how it links. And 90 it starts from here. The loop will get executed. Okay. And 91 we discussed. And then 95. What is this 95? In case 95, what is it? Reject. In case if user clicks on reject button, what will happen? For 95, we have to add entries here. Again, for 95, there are two possible ways. Once I got my change request back, I have requested or created a change request. It came to me again. Like approver has rejected it. He did not approve it. He rejected it. So I have again two options. Either I can resubmit it again. I can modify the data and then resubmit it. Or what I can do, I can withdraw it. So let's withdraw it. I no need to send it again for approval. I'll take it back. So that two possible options here we will need to add resubmit or withdraw. In case resubmit, in case I'm resubmitting, what it is, again the same step will execute it here. Say from 00 step, we will have 90 step, right? Again, the final check will be executed. And from 90, again, these steps will be executed and that will keep go for approval. In case of, in case of withdraw, here you can see, in case of withdraw, so I'm withdrawing my change request. What will be the possible execution step. So in case of withdraw, I will say revision. I'm getting it back. No need to send it for approval again. So this here we will have a 92. So for 92 step, there is no previous action. I'm just completing it because I withdraw. I'm withdrawing my changes. So that's why it will be complete. And this is the overall a change request workflow activity. It starts from 00 and then completes at 99. And based on this conditional yes, again, as I said, you will be differentiating the foreground activities and background activities. Now, if I go and check this user agent decision table, I'll have a foreground activity. What are the possible foreground activities? Change request, activation, activate change request, 157. So 157. Now let me go on and see what is 1. This is 1 conditional yes, and 5 conditional yes, 5 and 7. Can you see this? Can you observe these steps? Are these steps are these actions are 157? Just give me a minute. 157 5 is activation not successful. What is this activation not successful? If not successful, then it is coming back. Final check, here final check, and here also a final check. Can you see here 157? These three are foreground activities. And now let me go, I'll remove this. I'll go to non-user agent 2, 4, 6, 8, 2, 4, 6, and 8. And come to single value decision table. 2, my conditional yes, 2, 4, 6, and 8. Now, can you see activation? Activation will take him, I mean, the system will take care of the activation part. Once the approver is approved, change request is approved, then activation part will be taken care by my system. And completion, workflow completion. Once it is successful, workflow completion also a background activity. So this should be done by system. And same here also completion. Revision, sending back to the requested or withdraw process. So this is also a background activity. So all these background activities we have added here, a conditional yes. And agent group is one for every the background activity. And the important thing here, you need to understand the process pattern. Process pattern is different. SAP has given a standard process pattern. Here, if I go, here you can see these are the, from F4, you can see these are the standard process patterns. Standard system related process patterns are system related tasks, I would say. Updates, system related updates. So now we will have in background, most of the time we will use this 05 and 06 for activation of change request. If you take activation 05 and 06, let's say if I take 05, here it is saying do not bypass snapshot. If I take 06, it is activation bypass snapshot. So here what we will have 0, 6, 0, 6 bypass snapshot. And if I take 0, 5 and 0, 6, what is the difference between these two? Both are activation only, right? But what is the difference? So there is a difference. Do not bypass and bypass. So something, the meaning itself, it is saying bypass, it is skipping something. So during the activation of the change request, the bypass means it is skipping something and activate. Do not bypass means don't skip anything, check everything and activate, and then activate. If everything is perfect, then activate. Otherwise, don't activate. So that is how we will have a process pattern. Let's say like I have created, I'm just updating a material. I'm updating one material. And during the change request process, somebody has changed something related to the same material. Not directly from the change request, somewhere the other data related to that material was changed. So in that case, if we update this do not bypass snapshot, my system will check everything, whatever related to the material is correctly updated or not. I mean, if anything is changed, so it will identify that something got changed. So do not activate. It will skip that activation and say that something got changed. Somebody, I mean, like you will get that error, activation failure error, and error. If you debug, then you will understand what is happened in backend during the change request process. But if you update this activation bypass snapshot, then system will not consider everything. It will consider only the primary part and then gets activated. In real time, we have to use 05. It is a demo system. We just need to complete all the configurations related to material would not be in place in this system, right? So if we do this through 05, we may ended up with some errors, activation errors. If we do with 06, it would be, I think, easy to get activate the material. We can try this also. The examples are like, suppose this is a demo system. Here, all the configurations are not done properly. We just need to show that whenever we create or update material, it should get activated through change request and then display in the table. That's all we required. We no need to check everything. We no need to monitor everything, right? So now we can use this. So in some of the scenarios, so we will have, and this is also based on the change request types. Like I have a change request type, which is for my finished goods. Okay, my material type is finished goods. I need to check everything related to the finished goods. Everything should be through change request only. Nobody should change anything apart from this MDG process. So in that case, I can go for 05. If something got changed, like a small description somewhere related to the items data, somewhere related to the UOM. So even the small changes also will not be, the system will identify that and it will skip the activation process. 06 we can use if if we want to check everything properly, monitoring some the text tables and related dependent tables, everything should be in sync and then activated. That is for 05. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. And we will have service name also. That this service name maybe we will discuss later, bit later. This is also important. And now I am coming back to user decision table. User decision tables. Here, now you can see the user agent type is user. But in real time, you will be having a role. So one role will be created for each and every stage. For requester role will be created. And for approver, or data steward, or data producer, you will be have a separate roles. Or if you are in both, if you are doing a multi-role as a requester or approver, data steward, if you have a multi-role and responsibilities, you will be having a composite role. So everything in real time, most of the customers will go with the roles, right? Security roles. So here for security roles, you will have AZ. So instead of this user, you will get role. So this is AZ. And a role will be assigned instead of this direct user ID. And also you can see organization unit, Java position. In case if you are using the organization, so there are some organizations, they will follow some hierarchy, right? Under the organizations, they will be maintaining some positions, jobs. So everything should be received, the work item. So if I add a position, let me check if anything is available in the system.
Organization.
So it will be like that. So you will be having organization. Under one org unit, you will have a position, you will have a job, you will have person, you will have a user, like this. So this is kind of hierarchy. So it means like one person under job, multiple persons will be there, or one person will be there. So it will not directly affect, like this is a position, this is a position for manager position. Under this position ID, let's say some 10 managers are there. If I assign this position in my workflow, so every time whenever I create a change request based on the position, every manager will receive the change request, right? If somebody left the organization, then that doesn't matter, right? So based on this position ID, we will be updating the managers, their user IDs. So it will be automatically updates whoever is the new manager. It doesn't matter who is who left the organization, who is the new manager. So in that perspective, so this will be helpful. A position, a job ID, instead of directly hard coding the user IDs to set a position ID. So it will be a better approach. So now we will not use this ARG unit, mostly in material and BP. So we will use this ARG unit when we work with some HR related master data. If you are working for a data model or a custom data model where you will have HR, right? HR ARG units. So in that case, you have to use this position. So instead of roles, they will prefer using the positions, right? So this is for user agent. And we have discussed a single value decision tables also. Now we will configure the same tables for our change request type, and let's see how system will behave. So last time we tried creating it, but it did not work through because we don't have a decision tables. Now to create change request type. Now I just need to update this. So to update this tables, I'll have two options. Directly I can insert the row and update one by one, or I will have here import and export option also. Here you can see export Excel. I can export this same, right? So here I got it. It is available in my downloads with this MAT L02. So now for time being, okay, I will go with import from Excel, continue. And here you can choose from downloads. Click on OK. See, we got everything. If any modifications are required, you can modify. So let's say now I want to change something like, instead of these changes to be executed, I need to add something else here similar to changes to be executed. If I see something to be considered and approved, so it means direct approval. I'm saying. So if I take this step, okay, let me take this. So it is saying that consider and approve. So as of now, I'm just saving it, and the user agent decision table also. This one also I'll download from here, export, and then you can do it here. Continue import. Yeah.
Mm.
User agent, right? User agent. It is very quick. And now for activation, so we will have 3 roles. I don't require this, so I will be deleting it. So here I'll give my user ID. What is my user ID? ZRS SAP MDG 1. So ZR SAP MDG 1. Let me take this ZR SAP 1. It means I am the approver. I am the requester now. So let's see how system will behave. I hope that there is no check where the requester and approver should not be same. So generally, logically, if we think logically, a requester should not be the approver, right? So if I am the requester, and why should I approve for the same change request? So in real time, we have to put that check. If the requester is also available from approval side, so in that case, we have to skip sending the change request to the same person again. Okay, so that is different. Yeah, now let me go to the non-user agent and export to Excel. It is exported. And here you will have import from Excel. And non-user. So if you have everything handy, then it is easy. Otherwise, you have to manually add one by one. Okay, I'm activating it. Before activation, you can do this check and activate. So here also user agent, I have to check. So everything is consistent and I'm activating consistent and activate. Do you want to really activate? Yes, activate it. Right. Now our change request type is activated with the decision tables. Now let's see. We will create a change request for update material. Zomato OCT is for update. Okay. So where we can go on update material? What is the transaction code? Where
WBC.
we, right. So here in NWBC, we can go on update the material. I think is it already opened?
Anyway, let's see.
So I'm going to NWBC and material, search material. Search material will give you the list of materials available in MDG. You can take any material and update it. So I'm clicking on search button. You will get all the list of materials, and better I will take the last one, probably 1, 2, 3. I think good. So now as soon as I select this, can you see here these buttons are enabled? See, and if I don't select, those are disabled. So now I'm selecting it, and I can do copy, mask change, multi-processing, change document, re-replicate all these options. So now I don't want all these things. I'm just going inside. So you can click on 1, 2, 3. And edit option. So you can modify this material, edit. Click on edit. So now you will have our own change request type. And this is the standard change request type. Right. So let me take this, my change request type. This is for training we are using. I click on OK button. See the change request. Let me expand all. I clicked on this expand all. You can see change request number and description. So description I can give test a material 1, 2, 3 update. Correct. So now I can see the base unit of measure, material type, material group, a category. So I can see some data is already there. Now, if I want to change anything, so everything is enabled for requester, right? So I can add, say, a plant 10 is there. Now I'll add one more plant. Okay, so I'll add 1020 if it is available. Yeah, 1020 is available. I'm adding another plant, and this is also added. I'm just removing one. So as soon as I add plant 1020, you can see that here the clock symbol. What is it? For this, it is not available. Here only clock symbol is there. Why? Because it is staging. This is new. This is already existed. So this is new. So this is a change request. This is available in change request. And now you can go up and click on check button. So check button will do all the validations related to a basic data and distribution chains, and inside this plant also. So now I have added plant, right? So you can see that you will be assuming that only this valuation area, whatever I can see here, this is validated. But if you go in details, you will have other data also here. So you will have other data. So now if I click on expand all, it is plant specific data. See, everything is related to plant specific. So everything is a part of validation. So this is also validated. So if you want to default anything, if you want to do validations, whenever I extend plan 2020, so something should be defaulted at MRP level, right? So you can you can create as per the business. You can create our own rules, validations. So this is MRP. Material requirement planning. So if I want to update something here, MRP type or something. So when I extend only 1020, this part is comes under validation derivations. Maybe that we will discuss later. Yeah. Now I click on done and I'm going back and uncheck. So it's fine. So I consider there are two warnings. It's not error. Tables TCURM and T001W inconsistency. So it means if in this case, if we have a process pattern 05, do you think that this material activation will happen? No, system will not agree this. System will check everything, even though there are few warning messages, system will not agree. If we have process pattern 05, it means like we have to provide a proper data. We have to provide a consistent data. We should not provide inconsistency in data. We should provide a best data. We should not give faulty data. Right. Now I click on submit button. You can see no errors and you have submitted the change request 684 and my status is workflow is currently being processed. Now I click and refresh button. Can you see the status is changed now? So I changed changes to be executed to be considered and approved. Right. Instead of 02, I have updated 01. Right. Where is that? Yeah. So here I have updated 01 to be considered and approved. The same thing, whatever we have added in decision table, you can see that here. You can have your custom status also. So like this stage, if I want a data specialist, right? Data specialist approver. I can update this a data specialist approver in customization. I can add my own entries and I can put any number, not only 1, 2, 3, whatever you want. The new change request status that can be updated. And now I have activate and reject. I said we will have two buttons, right? Activate and reject. These are the actions. So these two are available here. If you give activate 09, it will come. If you give your name will come here. If you give something else, so that something else will come here. So it means workflow is tightly integrated with BRF tables. There is no matter whatever you give here, it will be adjusted automatically. From the BRF decision table, whatever you give, it will accept and triggers the workflow. So there is no need of changing the workflow. Generally, if you want to change workflow, what we need to do? Okay, now I have workflow. Let me go to the workflow PF TC. I'll take workflow template. 6080068. Yeah. MDG supplier. 1 minute. Eight, 6. Yeah. So this is our template. Let me go inside. This is my standard business workflow. This workflow is interlinked to the BRF decision table. Where it was interlinked? It was available in the change request. If you observe this, when you do the configuration, a change request configuration, let me go to MDG IMG. If you observe in process modeling, change request type and create change request type, and you go this. Yeah, can you see this is the workflow template? 6080086 standard template. The same one. So here you will have. So if you want to change anything, generally you need to change this template. But without changing this, it will act as a dynamically. It is integrated. It is closely working with a BRF decision tables. Whatever you update in BRF tables, this template will get adjusted automatically. You no need to change anything. Yeah, some customers, they will prefer custom workflow templates, right? So you can do the changes also. That's not a problem. But whenever you add a decision table in BRF, so you no need to update this. In case if you are not using BRF tables, then what you can do? You can copy this template to our own template, and you will need to build your own logic. Instead of going to this BRF, you need to create a own logic by changing the bus object also. SW01. So here we will have BUS 2250. This is dedicated for MDG change request. We need to delegate this business subject, and we have to change the methods. We have to change the process related to our own functionality.
I got it. Yeah, it's related to 250. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. But most of the customers will use the standard process only, the BRF only, because it has other options, service name and all. So this is very much useful. Dynamic agent service, and here also in non-user agent we will have. If you double click, it will open. Okay. And now, so you can see activate and reject. Right now, let me see the workflow. If I click on workflow, I can see here it is with this user ID. So in real time, you will see a multiple instead of this user ID. You will see multiple. We have added this user ID. Where it is added? Now, if you go here, this is my user ID. Right? It is at activation step 157. So where it 157, 5 step is for process errors. 1 is for to be considered. Now we are coming from to be considered, right? So conditional yes, one is executed and it went here, and one is executed and I got this user agent. The same thing here you can see processor. And now I'll show you this this template also, this template how it is executing. Let me go to SWIA and provide my this 172824 172824 and execute. Here you will have a workflow log. If I go here, see, this is executed automatically. Wherever you can see the green, it is executing like that. It is automatically adjusted. So now we are in this step. This is all dynamic dialog process and waiting for agents. Once it is done, this step, it will go on complete. Okay, and I'm coming back. Now what I will do, I'll activate this. As soon as I click on activate, so I got a message, validation happened again. So in each and every action, we will have validation. Data has not been changed since it was last saved. Okay, there are two warnings. Okay, agree and refresh. Let's see what will happen. It went into error. Process errors after activation. Process error after activation because there are some issues. Even though we updated in process pattern is 06, but something went wrong. It did not activate it successfully. And let me see why it was not activated. Where we can check this in real time. Suppose I got the same issue. My material number, which I have updated, is not processed. So where I can check this? So you need to check the workflow log and identify something. If any error, here you can see. Here you can go to log, technical settings. So I don't think here we don't have any error. So now we will have SLZ1 transaction code, SLZ1. We need to provide a change request number 684. Here I'll use star 684 to the external ID and click on execute. You can see the log displayed. And can you see the error? If you observe clearly, we have seen this error when we are submitting the change request. Inconsistency error. So that's why it did not activate it properly. Right. And you see the plant also. This is what we added. There are some issues, some inconsistency. So that's why it did not activate it. So this is a monitoring or error analysis. You need to note that transaction code is SLG1. Change request error analysis you can do from SLG1. And now let me take another example. I'll take from table. If any material is activated already, I will take that. So change the request 31, 32. Okay, let me take this 32 and which material it is. So how we can check the material? So here you have a change request number and change request type. Which material was updated under this change request? So you will have, if you observe when I'm creating a change request, you will have a right hand side, not right hand side, right left hand side, you will have some option. Is that is it closed? Yeah. So here you will have change request. Right. Now let me identify my material number based on my change request number. If I expand this, I have a change request and documents my change request and display change request. In display change request, I'll provide my change request number and I'll click on continue. Can you see here material number? I can see number 11 and change request is 32. It is already completed. And now I will open this and let me try to change this without adding anything. Let's see. Hopefully system should activate this properly, should complete the process. Edit. I don't have edit option here. Let me open it separately. Material governance. So search material. Material number is 11. 11, I got it. So this time I have edit option. Again, I will be choosing my change request type, my own change request type. And description, test material, update. Okay. And what I can change? Better, I will not extend anything related to plant or something. I click on check. Let me see if there is any inconsistency in the data. So no errors found. So this is good data. And now maybe I can add a gross weight, right? To 10 and uncheck. This is for base, right? And I'm getting some inconsistency. Specify the relevant unit of weight. Okay, so here let me add, so it should derive actually. Net weight, I will give 10 and I will update this kg and here material group is not there. I think there won't be any issue. Let me click on check. Yeah, no errors found. So this is good data. Now what I will do, I'll submit this change request. Submitted and let me refresh. Activate. I clicked on activate. No errors found. Data has not been changed since it was saved. We have started the activation of change request and refresh. Refresh. Again, it is a process errors after activation. Why? Process error after activation. 685. Error in program PLMDG change pointer. So somebody has implemented the change pointers also. A data record to be inserted even through the data record with the same primary key. So some other functionality is also triggering. But let me check with the other change request type. Anyhow, this is in error. What I will do, I will delete this 685. So to delete the change request, you will have USMD delete. You will have a delete C request. So I can give data model and my change request. I can delete this. Let me try with the previous change request type. I just wanted to confirm whether it is the issue with the change request or something else. So now I'll proceed this same functionality with the earlier one, the other CR type. Let's see. We are spending more time on this, but it's okay. Check. So I'm not changing anything. Yeah, simply here 10 net weight and gross weight 10 and kg. Check and submit. So you will need a lot of patience actually when you are working on this change request. You will have a lot of back and forth you need to do. Okay, this is fine. So now it went to the user created by, and let me see who is the approver. Multiple and data expert. I will take this 172870. Let me execute this directly. SWIA 172870. I will do without check. So without check, you can directly activate the change request or approve change request if you have access. I have this button now. Let me activate. Yeah, this is activated and refresh. Let me refresh. See, this is also process errors after activation. See, something missing or something went wrong. Earlier it was activated properly, but now in the system something went wrong. Some change pointers or something was updated. It was not properly checked. So go to SLZ1 and I will check this change request type. Validation is completed. Yeah, issue with this change pointers. Okay, I'll see this maybe later, but here we are spending a lot of time. So if I go to SWIA, so what I'm doing here, I'm taking workflow template or work item ID and I'll do without check. right? Without check means without proper authorization, I am directly going to the approver place and approving the change request,
Okay.
right? Even though I'm not the approver list, even though I'm not in the approver list, workflow did not identify me. So I am forcefully taking that and approving. So this is one level of indirect pushing. So in another way, you will have SW woven here. We will have a test. You can give any change request, and you will have activate to. What you will have activate to. If you execute this, it will directly activate. It will directly activate the material. It is not part of the business workflow also. It is related to change request. It is related to change request activation. It will directly get activated, not from the approver. So approver, if you go from workflow, you will be going to workflow and you will be just clicking on the button. Then it will go and execute this activate to in backend. But here, if you manually do activation to, it will directly get activated. If we activate, again, the same process, the system action, this is a system action. System will check everything. If everything is consistent, data is the good data if we have provided to the change request, then it will be activated. Otherwise, if there is something issue, then we will get activation errors. This is just for a temporary workaround. Activate to or SWIA or SW some other transaction code SWI1. So you should not use that in production. Maybe in development or for the demo purpose, we can use that. In general, in real-time system, you will have authorization roles. You will need to log in with the approver role and then approve the change request. You should not use this. So I'm a bit stuck with this. Let me try create material at least. If create is working, then we will show one demonstration just for create material. This is create material. I'll do test create material. Okay, I'll try to check since it is copied from other material. So all the data is available. You just need to simply click on submit button. Once you have system access, I request you to do practice so that you will have some kind of experience how we can submit the change request and all. So this is changes to be executed and workflow log. If it is a real time, so I should not go to SW IAR O1 and execute. I should log in with this user ID and then approve from the NWBC. Now we don't have credentials for that. So let me directly go on and do it from workflow 17 to 893. Something, some kind of configuration or some issue is there. Then we can see that 500 internal server when it is loading. Yeah. So now I'm just activating it. Okay. Refresh. workflow. See, this is also error. Something went wrong actually. So there is no issue with change request types. Something there is some issue in the system itself. 687. So same error. Maybe we will see some other change request type, finance or something, cost center or profit center. But I'll copy the workflow, BRF workflow later, and maybe tomorrow we will see that. And any doubts on this change request process? So you will, I request you go to the NWBC and observe each and every screen here, each and every tab. Change request, what is available in change request? What is a process material? So what are the options we will have in material processing? What are the options we will have in process of multiple materials? And what is a change request and documents tab? So here, this is important, change request and documents. So change request and documents page, you can see all the change requests which I have created. I can filter with my created by me or to be processed by me or processed by me, right? Or all. I can filter based on the dates, today's or previous month, previous year also I can filter. And I can navigate from here to workflow. I can navigate to export. I can check the change documents. What is change documents? So let's say in this change request, I just wanted to check what are the changes are done. What are the changes performed? So let me check, take one final check upload one. 624. I'll click on change document. So here I can see the changes related to this a material related to this master data. So this is for cost center. The cost center, it's you can see the controlling area 000, new and old, new value and old value with attributes. It means like it's completely new. So we have created a cost center something, and then it is a final check upload. Maybe better we will use this 624, but it is very old. I'm not sure. Maybe we will check. Yeah. So if I check the other one, change documents.
In SAP MDG, what role does integrated object model plays? Option A, creating silos. Option B, ensuring chaos. Option C, harmonizing collaboration. And option D, complicating systems. And follow for more in ZaranTech.com, and please write your answers in the comments below.
Here also you can see what are the change documents. It is also related to finance. Let me check any latest one. I'll take for today. So today what we have created 687. I click on change documents, and I can see here what I have changed. Attributes, material, a new PC, and change one. If I go on the 684 or 686, I click on change documents. I can see attribute and old value, new value. So I changed. You observed, right? So I have changed the gross weight and net weight and unit of weight, UIM, from blank to kg. So new here you can see the new value or old value. Right, everything available in the change documents. As a functional consultant, you need to have a knowledge on this. What is change document and how we can check the workflow. What are the objects are assigned to the each change request type. Since we are dealing, I mean, we are creating a single change request process. You can see the single material. But if it is a multi processing, you will have multiple materials. If it is a mass upload, you will see materials, multiple materials. If it is a file related file upload change request in finance, you will see multiple cost center, multiple finance objects.
Shrikant, one question here.
Yes.
Yeah. Is there any option like where used or impact analysis tab? Means where this material is used, can we check like parent-child relationship?
Where we can use this material, it means like we will have search button here.
Okay.
Let's say I'm in search material. So I'll show you what are the options are available. Suppose I wanted to check my material. So here you can see, wherever you see the clock symbol, it is pending change request. So once it means like it is already locked in the change request. You should not process it again. Right? This is one important note you need to keep in mind, that if something is showing as clock, it is staging. The change request is already processing. You should not change it again. And one more thing, if I want to check the change documents for this 46 material, I can see from here change document. Same thing last time what I have shown. So from here you can navigate and you can see the replication status. Replication status. Earlier replication status. Whether it is the 46 material was replicated or not. You can see from here. If it is replicated, here you can see the communication channel. Is it through IDOC or web services? And when it was replicated, what is the status? Status should be green and target systems. And also you can see the other tab, replicate. If you find something like it was not replicated. So you no need to create another change request again. If it was already replicated, you no need to create one more change request. You can simply do replicate. So in replicate, it will give you the available systems and simply you click on replicate. So it won't create a new change request and the replication will happen directly. Don't get confused with this. This will everything, I mean, entire change request process will be skipped and replication will happen directly. It won't go to the change request process. So now you can see the replicated one selected objects replicated. Now I will close this and let me check the replication status. Can you see? Earlier it was blank. Now I can see this one entry. Though I mean it is in error, through RFC it tried replicating it. This is manual replication where we can check the bill of material and all. But in finance, we will have a concept called hierarchy. So whenever you create a cost center, profit center, cost element, so there are two available options. You can create with hierarchy or you can create without hierarchy. If it is not available in the hierarchy, you need to arrange them. Like I would say, let's say here, we will have a cost center and we will have a cost center group and we will have cost center hierarchy. Right? Hierarchy will be like a C01. Cost center group, it's like CZ01. A cost center A, it's like CS 00012. Something like this. So we will maintain one hierarchy. For few objects, it is mandatory to maintain hierarchy. For few objects, it's not mandatory, even in finance. But for material, there is no hierarchy. In case if you have a bill of material, that is not part of MDG. That is not part of MDG. You need to check bill of material, the classic or the world format, material master, how you will be checking. So that format you have to check. And if something is like whenever we create a material, and bill of material also should get updated. If we have that kind of a requirement, we will need to we will need to add the own functionality. So the standard material master will not generate bill of material automatically. So that is different. Okay, and since we are talking this hierarchy, let me go to this KSH3. I will take controlling area A000. Yeah, A000. So here you can see the standard hierarchy for cost center, and we will have all cost center hierarchies or groups assigned, right? Similarly, in real time, we will have step-by-step process. We will have one hierarchy. Under that hierarchy, we will have group. Under that group, we will have subgroup. Under that subgroup, we will have cost center. But in material, you don't have that hierarchy. Okay, now if I go to finance, let me take finance controlling governance. So here we will have a different options: cost center, profit center, cost element, group, etc. Right? We will have hierarchy also. So this hierarchy process is not available in material. So there is no MDG standard approach to get all the BOM and other material related data at one place. Okay. Fine. So today we spent a lot of time on this. Still we have BRF concepts pending. So BRF, we have just seen a rule-based workflow. I'm just going to these sessions in the PPT. We are in rule-based workflow. Rule-based workflow is covered, and BRF concepts. We will have DQMs. We will have validation and derivations. So through BRF, we will create a validations. We will create a derivations. We will create some tables. I think I'm not sure whether here we will have data quality management apps, Fiori apps, but I'll cover that concept also. So now most of the customers are preferring to use BRF. Why I was wondering earlier why they are using a BRF. Earlier everybody was saying we should skip the BRF and then do everything through coding. So now they switch and then changing everything into BRF. Even though the tables, the configuration tables are control tables, which we have from S11, they changed into BRF because that is user friendly. User can easily change the BRF data, and they will have easy navigation, and they will have a flexibility to trigger the data from MDG to another non-SAP systems. So that's why BRF knowledge is very much important. You need to focus on this more. We will have a BRF rule sets we will have functions, we will have function IDs. I'll give you the BRF related, all the knowledge. Maybe we can start from tomorrow. And I'll also tell you that if something went wrong with the BRF, it is very difficult to backtrack. It is very difficult to identify in the system. So I'll give you some troubleshooting techniques also. I'll share some transaction codes where you can delete, create, or something you can modify it for the BRF applications. Okay, and then data modeling basics. Data modeling we covered. Data modeling we haven't covered. We covered, right? Data modeling. Type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4 and all. Yeah, so it was covered. And business partner, supplier, consolidation, domain finance also there. Yeah, I'll cover finance subjects also. Fine. Okay, tomorrow we'll see the change request for finance object, since material is having some activation issues, and a validation and derivation part. Fine.
Just a quick info, guys. ZaranTech provides SAP Master Data Governance program. Through this program, you will learn complete SAP Master Data Governance, and this course we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials in your YouTube channel. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link below in the description and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of SAP.